Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. WardiTV Mondays 88 coming at you. Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ooh, it is hot today. It is hot. Hopefully, have some chill StarCraft, but yeah, it is. The temperature is warm outside, and it is sunny, and it is bright. The last day of the heat, though. After the day, it gets cooler again. For a few days, I think. So that's cool. That's cool. Hello everyone, how are we doing? Again, thank you so much for joining us and being here and hanging out with us. Good to see you all. And as we get ready to go, and we'll be kicking this all off in a few moments' time with the Monday Cup of the day. I'm just thinking about what we are going to start on. What are we going to start on? I'm not sure actually. Kind of some interesting ones. Maybe Bly Rebellion could be kind of fun in the first round. Maybe Bly Rebellion, maybe like... yeah, maybe Bly Rebellion would be kind of fun. There's a few matches that are going to be interesting today, so let me just mark a couple off to make sure that I know people are around. I think it should be kind of fine for the most part. We've got pretty trustable guys here. Alright, I've seen Classic, I've seen Strange. Don't think I've seen Strange. Oh no, but his opponent's here, so. Cool, Lambo's here. I've seen Perceive and Skillers, and I've seen the Arcs. Cool, so we should have everyone here for at least one person of each round, one matchup here. Is the good news. Cool, define hot. Like UK hot. UK hot. It is currently... Which Wi-Fi is not working? One of my Wi-Fi's in the house is just consistently dead. It doesn't make sense. That's my main internet. It shouldn't be that one. Don't know what's going on. It's 26 degrees right now. Which is not, it's not hot, but it's just, you know, we don't get sun in England, and then, you know, the entire house doesn't have any way of cooling down, so the entire house is just hot. It's a thing. It's not the hottest I've ever felt. It's just miserable when it's hot here. I don't know why. I've been in hot countries, like been to Saudi in the summer, and Saudi was actually kind of nice. And nicer than it when it gets hot here, and it's like 14 degrees higher. So, yeah, I don't know. In Saudi, I walk around in jeans all day, even when it's like... it's just a different kind of heat. It's like... I guess it's kind of humid here. It's just miserable. It's not really miserable. It's quite nice. Just being locked in a room is not great. I, not had to crack out the fan yet. Usually... The problem, especially when casting, is that this room is obviously, you know, 3 monitors, 2 PCs. That's just heat anyway. And there's no real way for the heat to get out of the room. So it's just like, this room in particular is even hotter than... That's what makes it miserable to me. I actually don't mind the heat outside as much and so on, but like, this room just gets hot. And it's like... The only thing that makes this room sort of like sittable in is having the door open. If the door's shut, it's way too warm. What are we doing today? We're going to be doing WardiTV Mondays. I just don't know what that looks like just yet. in terms of match one. I think I want to go Bly Rebellion. Let's go. Let's go Bly Rebellion for the first round. The winner of this plays Clem. I'm not really necessarily looking to get into that. I just think Bly will be an interesting match against Rebellion for the first round, to be honest. Cool, we'll go into the Bly Rebellion match to start us off. Sweet, we got an invite, we're gonna kick into this. Alright. Let's jump into Tourmaline as we get underway and get ready to rumble. So, kicking this off, getting this all started, and we're going to be in the top right hand side to start things off with Bly, our red Zerg player. And the bottom left, Rebellion will be our pink Protoss. Obviously, just a little note, guys. Obviously, this is going to be a little bit of admin time in a few minutes. I don't have another obs in here, so I have to do walkovers in a few minutes, so that might be a little hectic. But we'll see what happens. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, so Bly Rebellion, some ZVP action. We seem to be all sorted for now, at least, so we can get underway and yeah, get into some games on this WardiTV Monday. How's everyone doing? How's everyone's weekend been? If you weren't with us over the weekend, we actually had some great games yesterday in the Spring Championship. That Group B of the season matches was awesome. Shin, Solo, Max, Bax, and Clem. It was not maybe as, it was not, it was really good. It could have been better. We could have had some more 2-1s, but it was really fun and some great games. It was just a fun weekend. We had 4 days of Spring Championship in a row. Tomorrow we have Kung Fu Cup before we take the day off on Wednesday, and then Thursday and Friday we're back with Spring Championship, and I believe the Maestros of the Game qualifiers start up as well, so it's going to be kind of some fun heading into the weekend. Also, I believe Maestros of the Game prelims also happen over this weekend as well, I think. I think that's the case. I think Maestros of the Game is over this weekend, so yeah, I believe that's happening over this weekend as well. But I'm not I have to double check my schedule. I don't want to tap out right now. What I do know is that, hey, there's a hatchery here. What I do know, though, is that I'm probably not going to be here on Saturday. I think I'm going to go play tournaments. So I'm probably not going to be here on Saturday. But yeah, TLDR, for the most part, it's a pretty full week of StarCraft 2. Hatchery obviously blocks, so you can't get like a proper wall off, and then these lings arrive. And this is the bigger issue. You're just going to leave this walled in, so now the Zealot, when it pops out, either comes out on the right-hand side and puts itself in danger of the lings, but can actually defend the gateway, or you put it on the inside, in which case this gateway is likely going to go down. I don't think you can save this. So then you're going to be stuck with only 2 Zealots, and that's going to put you in a bit of an awkward spot as Bly. Does not necessarily want to fight this too close to the choke point. The choke is definitely against him here. As a couple of Zealots come back around, I'm just going to be having the hatchery. Is allowed to finish. We're going to start a queen. If we want this queen to get out, we're going to have to start putting a bit more pressure on with these lings. We actually need to make them do something, because that hatchery will just get targeted down if you let it. I don't know if this Zealot in the back actually needs to sit right there. I actually think it maybe could come forward. We've got a Stalker now as well. I don't think this queen gets out. There's a drone that's going to build a spine right on the edge. Okay, so we got one spine coming up. Like I say, this queen's never getting out. That part we know. We built more lings off of this, so it's just going to be one spine and then the Zerglings. I mean, with the batteries, I just don't think we're going to be able to do that much here. Bly has expanded back at home, so he's got a hatchery on his own natural, even if he is only on 17 drones still. He's starting to add a couple extra. Obviously, because there's no hatchery here, the spine crawler is going to be losing HP. So it's not going to be able to stick around forever. And of course, it can only sit there. It's not going to be able to move forward if there's no creep for it to reburrow on. So I have to decide what we want to do with this spine. Are we actually going to let it finish and poke away? Well, I mean, we're going to let it finish. He could obviously unburrow it and walk it home if he feels the need to. Or if he feels like he can. That really just depends how much he wants to get out of this spine crawler. Poking the Cyberclaw, I just don't think is going to do anything for him. Which is why I kind of just like him to see him unburrow it and walk it home, because at least then you're going to get yourself a spine crawler at home. It's a little bit of extra defense in some circumstances where, you know, you don't typically necessarily need a spine, but hey, if you've got a spine, why not use it? So maybe that would have been kind of neat. Unfortunately, that does not come out to happen. Anyways, the Lings will be on the map. Ling speed is quite a way off. And Bly just now taking a worker lead, 28 to 26. Of course, the Nexus from Rebellion is extremely late compared to usual. His wall-off is obviously a little bit wacky, but those are just the consequences of that early game and how things have played out in those early few minutes. Ling speed coming through, Queens and the drone still building, Probe coming over again. A few Lings are sitting underneath. Again, a few more Lings gathering up as well. Drones that Ling speed coming about. Just going to see the Oracle. Going to the other side as well. Couple sports coming up. Queens are going to start fighting. And it's going to have the couple of drones beginning to drop down here already as well. So a couple of those workers go down. The other Queens are still stepping forward. Just going to see our Resonating Glaive still building through. And again, Gateway, Probes, Adepts building by as well at the moment. Just see these few Zerglings still sit out at the front. That Resonating Glaive continues through. Again, we get ourselves the drone on the way, the few drones on the way, the Rotron building up. A couple of Overlords coming by as well. And that Rotron building through, the Overlord coming up. Again, Queen is on the way in as well, so we get a couple Queens on the go. Resonating Glaive still building. Few Adepts continue to produce. The Adepts and the Zealots continue to come around and pull those Lings back over through to the right side. Yeah, Queens, Rotron continue to come up. That Resonating Glaive still building. Next is coming down onto the third base. The Zerglings will continue by. And we just have ourselves the, again, Glaives finishing very shortly here. A few additional Adepts are still building as well, so bring those Adepts up. Just going to see those Adepts going to begin to shade. We will see the Adepts going out across to the upper right side of the map. So away we go, off to the upper right. Adepts get into this forward base. Warcrawler already going to be taking some damage. A couple of Roaches pop out, going to be pulling back with those. I'm just going to see one of those Roaches going down already, so taking that straight away. Excuse me, sorry. The Adepts are going to continue to shade forward and just try to see what else we can do. Blink Nexus and the Probe still building. And the Adepts are going to shade in. The Lings and the Roaches will be there, just going to fight against those Adepts as well. That's a pretty good defense so far from Bly. He has the units he needs, and he's actually getting kills on these Adepts, which is massive. It means they can't linger around and just do a whole bunch more work further down the line either, so making sure we get rid of a bunch of those is generally going to be a pretty big plus. More Roaches gathering up. Just going to have this Oracle. Going to come forward. A couple more drones going down. Again, Roach speed, melee upgrade. Continue to produce as well just for the moment. A few more drones transfer from the high ground to the low ground. And away we go. Melee upgrade. Roach speed building. Link still coming through. Yeah, melee and that Roach speed all coming about. Just going to see the couple Queens and the Roaches gathering as well. And just have ourselves +1 and Blink and Stalker and Gateways. Reducing on through at the moment. Just going to have Rebellion turn and step forward with this Oracle. Also trying to see a bit of what's going on just for the moment. And again, melee upgrade coming by. Roach speed coming up. Spire will begin to produce from Bly as well. So again, that Spire started. As you also see the Temple Archives building from Rebellion here. So again, that Temple Archives up and online. The extra gates and the +1 attack upgrade coming through too. Blink is about to be done. Give me 1 second, guys. Just need to run a quick little admin thing. Apologies. Let me tab out for a sec. Right. Welcome, the few stalkers still gathering up. States coming down. Just going to be seeing the stalkers coming across. Let's just have ourselves the original lings are going to gather there. Again, Storm coming through, the +1 attack is right coming up. Spire is about to be done. And the links to the stasis ward. We're just going to be seeing those few stalkers going back the other way. Again, Storm coming around, the mutas are going to come through. Just going to see the rest of the Ling Roach still gathering in the center. Again, Storm coming about, the probes are building. We just have ourselves Bly ready to make a move across the other side of the map. Like I say, let's see what these mutas can do though, because he's got an army that's ready to move, but of course, mostly he wants to move around with the mutas, get those diving in. Once those mutas start to make some moves, then this game can open up some interest with the Ling Roach. Once this army of the Rebellion has to, pull around here, there, and everywhere, this can definitely become a pretty difficult situation as additional roaches come through, that spore crawler coming up, additional creep tumors are coming out as well. And Templar just warps in at the front here. The few mutalisks make their way through the bottom. Built about 10 of these, so a decent amount to fly in with initially. And that's just going to be seeing them straight into this main mineral line. Let's not waste time. What are we going to do as Rebellion? Is he going to counter? Because he's completely unprepared for the mutas. Counter-attacking and attacking and instantly base trading may be one of the better options he has. Don't love this run-in from Bly. There's a depth with Claves, and there's going to be a cannon and a battery, so I just don't think these Lings are going to find much. Maybe if the mutas help them out, but we actually lose everything before the mutas even... we lose everything on the ground. All the Lings go down. Main fight actually breaks out of the front as well. The Roach is going to fight against this army that pushed through. We kill off the Archon. That's nice, because Archons are going to be big, scary units when it comes to the... Mutalisks maybe being able to do more and more in this game. Mutas are still just left over here doing their thing, working their way through Stalkers as the Stalkers try and push forward. We've got 19 new Roaches coming up. And again, with the damage that we're doing and the lack of ability to reinforce and the lack of ability to really go home because of the position, I feel like Bly should be fine here, because it should just be a case where he can pretty much always just keep bringing more Roaches in, and his opponent's reinforcements are just never going to be there. It's not like Bly's in some critical scenario. It looks as though Bly is going to be good for this game one, as the mutas continue to get to work. A few more probes still dropping down, 42 workers killed, and counting still. And yeah, this is obviously devastating damage. 24 workers left for Rebellion, 61 for Bly, who has not really been touched on the economy. While his attack came across the map, he held very strongly out the front, never even got close to his bases. And like I say, this was also not just a continuous spam of mutas. He's been building Roaches behind this. It was this one round of mutas, and they've just done so very much. Finally, the Stalkers getting underneath and getting a couple more kills, but we only lost 5 mutas in this entire exchange so far. Rebellion knows this is way too much damage done. It's not like he had, like I said, it's not like this was like 20 mutas and he's still building more and you're finally stabilizing. It's just not like that in the slightest. So, GG's. Game number 1 goes the way of Bly. Alrighty, guys. Next game coming up in a second. Here, just wait for Bly and Rebellion to host us up. Q are going to play Arik Fight. It's actually a cool second round match happening. Hero about to play Strange. Hero's going to have pretty likely a very PvP heavy kind of set of games today. Yeah, so a couple matches coming through on the bracket. Nothing too crazy just yet. As early stages, early days. We'll obviously into our next map off. We'll just stick with Bly Rebellion for this next game in a few moments. It should be starting up momentarily. We'll get that on the go for you guys. Oh man, the more I talk, the more I can feel the heat of the day. Yeah, so it's actually just kind of warmer in here, which is a little crazy. Alright, just waiting for Blind Rebellion to host this up, guys. We'll get going straight away. Cool. Alright. Bly is here just waiting for Rebellion to join the lobby. Should be able to kick this off. Counting down, getting ready to go. Ready in GLHF. Let's get into game number 2 here, guys. Bly versus Rebellion. Second map of our first match of the day here in the WardiTV Mondays edition. 88, all the 8s today. 88, next week 89, 2 weeks time. Into the 90s. Oh my goodness, the countdown to 100 is going to be extremely real. How very exciting. How very exciting. Alright, let's jump in. In the bottom left side, our red Zerg player is going to be Bly. He takes the 1-0 lead, using those mute as well, putting him into a good position as we get into game number 2 with Rebellion being the opponent in the top right. And away we go. Jump on the observer cam, just because I actually have a couple of admin things just to sort here quickly, guys. So give us a moment to sort them. There's going to be a hatchery across the map, this time not looking to deny the wall off, but actually just to straight up block the Nexus. So a little bit of a different one, obviously not the early cool this time from Bly either. Zealot, a couple of probes gonna nibble their way through this hatch. And a couple of gates in the cyber core coming up just initially, so we get some work done. Oh, the Stalker's still building. Just gonna be seeing the warp gate coming up. A couple of hatches and the drones all coming through. And obviously we're just gonna work our way through this hatchery, and once that's done, you can kind of play on from here. Gonna go 2 Stalkers after the 2 Zealots. That's kind of a little bit strange. Usually what happens is that you play the, usually what happens is that you build 2 Adepts, and then you actually have a really cool little Zealot Adept force across the other side. So we're gonna poke at that Overlord for a few moments. Stalkers, we'll get this Overlord, just gonna take that out to get rid of this one. And our Stalker moves through that warp gate, the next in the robo facility all building, bring this about. Okay, let's go have the hatchery taking a few moments. The 2 Zealots and the 2 Stalkers just gonna hit this hatchery. So some damage being done. The Queen and the Lings will gather. Warp gate about to finish here. Robo facility is going to be coming up as well. Get that completed in a moment. And then the other couple of probes continuing through as the drones continue to come about. Lings, Queens, all coming across. And those few Lings just gonna continue to wander forward for a few moments as well. So just take them out toward the other side for a couple moments here. Get that all set up. Got some things poking across the side. Sorry for the FPS drop, guys. I had to go and tap out for admin things again. There's a lot of admin things going on today. Yay, people causing trouble in this Monday Cup. What's up, Sinister? How you doing? Thanks for the 21-month resub, SC2. Hype as usual. Thanks so much for the 21. Shit, you thanks so much. You want to see Bly versus Clem? You do? I wasn't going to cover it. I was going to probably look for something else, but if people want to see Bly Clem, I think it's going to be a massacre, but if people are genuinely interested, we could cover it. Alright, just going to be having the charge on +1 coming up. Charge +1 coming online. The few links still poking on the other side. We've got that lair producing through, the extra drones and the roaches all coming about, and the Overlord is still producing. Harst and ByuN. I don't know if Harst and ByuN would be even more of a massacre, actually. ByuN's DVP really leveled up lately. I don't know how Harst is doing. Feelings coming about. Roaches in production tab. As Blind is going to send this. He's on 49 drones, so more than anything, he's just setting up to deal with this attack. I guess as they send it, it really is the Pros player that's going to be sending a Prism out. 3 Immortals, 5 gates, going to go up to 6, and we are pushing some Immortal Sentry action. Yeah, Bly's being thrown back to a timeline he's actually maybe more familiar with, to be honest. There's another few Zealots walking in. That charge and the +1 still coming up. And Corrosive Battle's going to come down, hits the Prism, gets rid of the Stalker, just going to get a Zealot there on the low ground as well. Now this Ling Roach Ravager force still pushing through the couple of Immortals. The Sentry's pulling back. Now the Zealot going down. This army's still going to be chasing forward. There's one more Immortal gets picked off. Corrosive Vials will not quite be able to land on those Immortals, as now we have this Sentry left in the corner. Just a complete shutdown. Bly got to a good drone count. He started producing units at the right time, and hence when it came to it, he had plenty ready to party with, and he was really, honestly, just very well set. Yeah, that's a game-ending kind of defense from Bly, just because of how committed his opponent was as well. You can see the Prism coming down. And it's going to be having the Prism heading down to the bottom left side, then it's going straight across. 2 Immortals drop in. Queen can take some damage. Roach will be coming up. Spire and the Hatchery still building into place. The Immortals taking some shots. I mean, Bly is just massing units. I don't think he needs to wait for a Spire. But to be fair, his opponent's only on 2 bases. So if his opponent's only on 2 bases, he has no reason to go pushing either. So in that case, I don't actually hate the idea of just setting up into some mutas and just saying, well, if you're not expanding, I'm just going to sit here and improve my position, and having the mutas as an option even is actually really nice. Because your opponent is on a very low ecos, they're not going to have a lot of options to deal with mutas. Even if you just build like 5-6 mutas, I think he's probably going to build more, closer to 9. But even like 5 or 6 mutas right now could be kind of super annoying just to force a response when your opponent's already going to be extremely strained on resources in this game. Thought the tournament's 2 PM. It was on TL Calendar and didn't sign up. Yeah, never trust TL Calendar. I don't submit TL Calendar stuff anymore. Other people do it, but always check the challenge bracket, because TL is wrong more often than it's right lately. It's a little all over the place. It's like I changed the time of one cup 1 week because it's like GSL qualifiers or something. And then it's like for the next 4 weeks, the rest of the Monday cups all get set 1 hour later or for some reason. But yeah, it's at the same time every Monday. It pretty much is the same time every Monday. It's just every now and again we do have a reason to like delay it by an hour or so. But like we delayed it by an hour like 3 weeks ago, and now for the last 2 weeks everyone keeps putting it on TL as the later time, and this was really just like a one-time thing. So yeah. Sorry, Gal. Next time. I'm just gonna be seeing these videos over having this is a disaster for Rebellion. He cannot save himself here. Yeah, Roach Ravager, Peter. versus Immortals. It's going to be good. GG's. Bly 2-0. Alright, guys. Twitch chat's choice, or YouTube chat if you want to come in as well. ByuN versus Harston, or Clem versus Bly. You guys can decide. ByuN, Harston, or... Yeah, ByuN, Harston, or Clem versus Bly. I will just take whichever one gets shouted more in the chats. Clem... Oh my god. Clem, Bly, Clem, Bly, Clem, ByuN, Bly, Clem, Clem, ByuN, Harston. So 2 ByuNs and like 5 Clems. 6, 7, 8, 9 to 3, 9 to 4. ByuN, Harston sounds more competitive. I think it probably is, but I don't know if I don't know if it is more. Okay, you guys just want to see. Oh, okay, a lot of ByuNs coming back in the other side. Oh, a rallying of ByuN Harston cries at the end. Clem, of course. ByuN Harston. Seryl's not an option, guys. I'm sorry. Pretty sure this was more Clemmy than it was ByuN, so we'll go Clem Bly, guys. I do think it's gonna be. I think they're both honestly pretty one-sided. Still kind of cool seeing Bly though, you know. Definitely more Clemmy. Yeah. Harston ByuN seems more fun. I really feel like right now, I love Harston, but I know he's been doing some stuff that's not as StarCraft related, so I know he's like maybe not quite at his like peak playing performance, I would say. And while ByuN has actually just leveled up in TVP, so otherwise, like, I actually think if this was like a couple months ago, I'd be much more into going into ByuN Harston. I probably wouldn't have put out a chat, but I actually think ByuN Harston is going to be kind of one-sided too, unfortunately. Is Harston streaming? No? Shit. I was going to tell you guys you could at least watch Harston stream, but apparently not. Yeah, let's go Clem Bly then. A lot of people want to see Clem Bly. Young Shameless seems the most competitive. Yeah, but it already started. It already started a few minutes ago, so can't catch that one. Yeah, because we actually had a longer kind of opening match. I mean, it wasn't super long, but it wasn't super quick either. Yeah, because of that, we're kind of like a lot of the other matches have already been started up and so. Yeah, Ryung Sheamus I think would probably be cooler. Although I think Sheamus is actually very good against Ryung as well lately. Yeah, well, let's just go Bly versus Clem. That was the overruling choice in the chat for sure. Let's go, Wardy. What's up, Deadly? Donkey Kitten, thank you so much for the 15 stream watch streak and for the raider a few minutes ago as well. Appreciate you so much. Because yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream, obviously, WardiTV Mondays, if you're enjoying it, check out all the ways to support, whether that's the Patreon page, liking, following, subscribing, Prime subscribing, and all the rest. Helps us out a whole bunch. And yeah, we'll get ready to go into Bly Clem. Right now, as long as they actually invite me, which they do. Cool. So yeah, we'll jump into Bly Clem. Got this on the way, and dive into some action. Is DKL join us here? Probably, because it's Clem, of course he is. Oh, Deadly Donkey Kitten on the 5 gifted subs. What a way to start the week. Going out to Miracle12, Lucidity Doc. Oh, Lucidity, how you doing, man? Nice to see you. Haven't heard that name in a hot second. Prince Vic 1, Andy HD, and Rossick. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Deadly Donkey Kitten. Appreciate it, mate. Sub discount going on now. There is. Oh my god, Twitch didn't even tell me. Yeah. There's actually. I'm gonna go. Who was live? Loco was live. Let's have a look on Loco's stream. If I gift a sub. Oh yeah, you can save on bundles of 5 or more gifted subs. Well, there you go, guys. You can save on why I don't know. So confused. I never know why they have these offers on, or when they have these offers on. Sometimes you get emailed with them, but yeah, no. Apparently it's buy 5 subs. It's not really buy 5, get 1 free. It's kind of buy 4, get 1 free if you gift them as 5. Does the discount come out of Twitch pockets or mine? I think I'm opted in to the sub deals. So I think these things are opt-in, and basically when opting in, you basically agree that it's like a shared percentage. Like you basically like it's basically like I still only get paid for the 20, I guess. But yeah. They used to have it very differently, but obviously I think Twitch had to smarten up and sharpen up in a lot of different ways, and hence they took away a lot of, because there was times where like they would run sub offers and literally Twitch would make no money off the subs because, you know, say like a streamer gets 70% and then they had like somehow like 25% off. Twitch is basically making nothing on every sub after transaction fee or whatever, and so like then people would be like, whoa, let's throw thousands of subs around in this period only. So yeah, it's something they changed up a year or two back maybe. Yeah, they made it so it wasn't. Hey, it's still cool. If nothing else, being able to give out the love of what was I saying? Got distracted. They at the end of the day, it's still cool to be able to give 5 people a sub and add free viewing for the price of 4, though. So you know, I'm all about it. I also like nowadays you can actually run your own promotions. Like I can also choose certain days to like run promotions to try and help people like get in the spirit of subbing. You know, it's all just marketing, isn't it? It's all just marketing. They made a ton of money off people with 50/50 and they only lost on the 70/30 ones back then. I think that's true, but there was even times like some of the early September deals and stuff was just like you could literally, like I think someone like people like Fear Dragon bought himself like 200 subs or something to unlock emote slots, and it cost him like $4. Because by the time he got the money paid back, it's like he was only down like $4 or something, you know, like. So some of the super early sub deals were crazy, and that was even with a 50/50 deal. So they've just been slowly pushing that kind of back around a little bit, so. It makes sense, I think. I think it's very fair at the end of the day. But the Reaper's going to dive in against the Lings and the Queens. Gonna lose some drones. I think Reapers are a very good opening against Bly because they give you so much control and so much information. So it's really difficult for Bly to really do much that Clem's not going to be aware of. And you just naturally, because you have 2 barracks, you're going to have a lot of units early as well beyond the Reapers. So even if something like this Roach attack hits you, Clem has a lot more production than usual. He's not reliant on like a tank, which he may not be building because he's actually building Hellions. So I mean, he knows this is 2 bases, so I imagine he'll be fairly safe with unit production, as we are going to see a starport starting for him. He doesn't have anything quite set up yet, no? That one more, it's an SCV that's being chased by a Ling here, as the Reapers will pick the Ling off. The SCV, wanted to go scout the Roaches, didn't quite see them yet. Having 2 barracks doesn't matter if you don't use them at all, to be fair, so Clem is actually in a little bit of trouble. Well, these Roaches are going to show up, and yeah, Clem has not had any preparation made. He finally starts up a bunker on the high ground. Grab a couple of grains. We just have barely anything put in a bunker that isn't even finished yet. Starport will go to the tech lab. Banshee will, of course, eventually play a defense here. And you just see those Roaches moving up. A couple of SCVs going down. Hellions, the Reapers, the Marines looking to hold these Roaches off. Just going to be seeing the little grenade or 2 still coming into place. This bunker's just not going to finish. I mean, the Banshee, like I say, will push this back. It's just a case of how long does it take us to get to the Banshee. Fly on 29 workers. You can afford to lose a few more SCVs here as Clem, and it's still going to be quite playable. Corrosive Plow dropping back down. You see that Hellion, a couple of Reapers still going. The Ravager still taking some big shots. Just going to have this Ravager going to get taken down here. That's going to be pretty much the end of this one, so it's going to be a cleanup. Clem's dead? No. Yeah, you don't die in this scenario because it's very committed from Bly. You only die in this scenario if it's like a Roach Ling attack. Like, remember when Solo played Clem the other day, yesterday in fact, and Solo showed up and Clem had no idea? That also hit at a time where Clem was also nowhere near a Banshee, right? So having the Banshee being on the way and also just being just the roaches and not like a Ling follow-up as well just makes it that this is a bit more survivable. And Clem is obviously triple CCing, so you can SCV back up very quickly at this point as well. Was it worth killing units instead of focusing workers? It's a weird one, right? Because it's like, it depends how you want to play the follow-up. Because if you leave more units alive, you could be more scared of a follow-up attack from the Terran. And if the Terran is able to follow-up attack, then you could end up in some trouble. So, yeah, I'm not sure. It feels like you need a certain amount of SCVs to kind of come out in an okay kind of place, but... Stem coming through. Medevac Marine tank continue to build up as well. Just going to be having the Roach speed, Ling speed. Roach is still building. The Hatchery and the Overlord continue to come about also, so we keep that going just for a few moments here. Continue to bring that over for now. Again, Ling speed and the Roach speed still coming into place. Couple Hellions pull back around over to the left-hand side. The Marines gather up in the natural, continue to settle there for a few moments. One coming up. Black going to go into a Nidus. We lost a few drones across the map. Obviously, Banshee's just having a good time. And definitely delivering some damage kind of throughout this for the most part. One on upgrades, combat shield building. Nidus network on the way out. A few drones in that Roach speed. Nidus into the main base as well. Clem has played against Blind Nidus 100 times, I'm sure, as we'll see what his defense looks like. 2 tanks on the low ground is great. It's the Nidus in the main that's actually concerning, especially because we didn't put any damage onto this very quickly, so this is going to be the Nidus breaking into the main, and this is where Bly could maybe claw himself a little bit of advantage back in his favor. He commits all the roaches in the main, so it's not so bad for the tanks to reposition up here. Of course, the Banshee going to be a big deal. The one thing I don't love for Bly in this scenario is that once this gets pushed back from the main base, there is never a Nidus that's going to get up in the main base again, right? So it feels like right now is your moment to be kind of everywhere and to be overwhelming, Clem. Don't love the Nidus on the third, because realistically that third base will just lift. You've got 2 SCVs mining it as Clem. You could not care less what happens there. And yeah, now that these Niduses have gone down, like I say, we will knock out Nidus back in the main. And like I said, the Nidus down to the low ground third. I just don't feel like you really gain anything from that, because at the end of the day, do you care about this third base that has 2 SCVs on it as Clem? Really, honestly, probably not. You know? He didn't bring queens. He only has 3 queens. It's not like he has excess queens, because you got to remember he started with the Roach attack, right? So he hasn't been building queens all game, because he's been aggressive from the very start. So, yeah, he didn't bring queens. So, yeah, no transfusions, but at the same time, if you bring the queens, you have no injects anymore, so... Typically, you bring the queens because you leave a few queens at home injecting still, so it's just a case of how many queens he has. Because the shell's still coming up, Marine Marauder tank bridging through the armory and is going to finish shortly. Tank shot hits a Roach. Just going to see the rest of the bio pulling over. Roach's Ravage is getting turned away. Just going to see those Roaches wrapping around, just jumping into this Nidus network. Just going to see that Nidus coming through. Then again, 2 upgrades, Marauder on the way by. Just going to see our Tunneling Claw still building. A couple of mules dropped down already. Burrow and Nub Overlord on the way. Banshee going to latch itself straight onto the Nidus network. Put some damage on that in the main base straight off the bat. So just going to pick our way through this. Again, +1 vehicle weapons coming through. The 2-2 upgrades are coming about. Just going to see that Banshee able to get rid of the Nidus immediately. Again, a couple of Evo Chambers, Hatch, and the drones continue to produce for the moment. Cells and Carapace both building up here. Bly going to be getting the Infestors brought through as well. Just going to have the 2-2 upgrades coming about. Also, when Clem hits 2-2, he's got a massive supply. Honestly, I don't even think he needs to hit 2-2 right now, being 1-1 to 0-0. I mean, the fact is, he'd probably be 2-2 against 0-0 still, but like I said, I just don't think we need to kind of wait for that kind of length of the game to come around. Clem sees these roaches. He's going to go chase them. Looks as though he is going to stim everything to try and get some distance on those roaches, as we do see a few units popping in from the other side. And that is going to be a bunch of kills. We lose an SEV here, and maybe have to drop a scan. Just the majority of those roaches going down. Maybe we lose, I was going to say, a couple of them on the left side burrowed up and got away, but it's not necessarily going to be super ridiculous. Still having those 2-2 upgrades finishing up in a few moments then here from Clem, getting that wrapped up. Vehicle plane on the way through as well. Again, Marine Marauder Medevac Mine will continue to produce. By pushing into the center, Roach Ravage going to be there. Fungal lands on a bunch of Marauders. Couple corrosive vials dropping in. This army is going to take a stim up. Again, Cryptium is going down. This army still pushing. A couple more biles. We dodge away from that again. Just have a sizable push heading to the bottom left-hand side. So away we go. Big shove coming across right now. The 1-1 upgrades about to finish up. The extra roaches producing. Corrosive Vials again, going to keep a lot of that bio army just away for the moment. And now the Roach Ravager comes back through. A couple of the Widow Mines trying to set up. Corrosive Vials coming down. Mine's actually going to hit the Ravagers, going to hit some more of these Roaches. This bio army still pushing and shoving. There's just no way Bly survives this one. Even if the Corrosive Vials are landing kind of nicely in the grand scheme of things, just ain't going to be enough. GG's. Clem takes the 1-0 lead over Bly. Alright. So Clem gets the opening game. As man, some of these matches are moving quickly today. Hero versus Classic already set up in the round of 8. Skills Lambo around 16. Max Pax let Alex still playing in the round of 16. Shameless has beaten Ryung already, so that was actually super speedy. Into the round of 8 for Shameless. Q into the round of 8, taking down Arokfai. He will play ByuN or Harston. We'll probably just stay on Europe and follow Clem into Shameless, I would guess. And just stick with this section, I think, is probably going to be our plan on today's Monday Cup. So probably going for that, as we'll get a game 2 start up here in a few moments. Jumping into game 2 of Clem versus Bly. Let's get it started, guys. Let's see what we get. Thanks for joining us. I know it's a holiday in certain parts of the world today, so thanks for joining us on what is going to be a bit of a busier day on stream, maybe, than usual. Good to see you all. In the top right-hand side, we'll start up here with the Blue Zerg, who is down a map in this series. This is going to be Bly, trying to fly his way back into this matchup. Bottom left, our Red Terran player is Clem. Hatch coming around, just gonna have ourselves the drones building into play, getting that ready to go. We've got a proxy hatch on the map, so things are gonna get a little funky early here from Bly. Bly doing Bly, so nice to cast Bly again, just for the the difference in what to expect versus what happens, it definitely is a thing for sure. It's definitely a thing. Let's be moving up and get on the way here. Missing that Rotron coming about, the Queen coming through. Again, the Extractor building. And the SCV checking over. He's going to be seeing the Rotron coming down. So the SCV gets the Scout. The Reaper finds the hatchery as well. So knowing about that is going to be a nice little positive. Going to drop another bunker down. Again, Rotron halfway through. A couple Queens coming up. See what our plan is going to be. Rotron finishing very shortly. A couple of Queens coming by. The bunkers will build. Tech Lab coming up as well. As we just have the Reaper chased around by the Queen for a little bit. See what we can do. We're just going to get after Reaper for a couple seconds. Just going to see that Roach Ravager continue to gather through for a few moments. So again, we got that started. Ravager's going to be good. We do finish off that Reaper, so just going to take that down already. So let's see how we do. Clem with the bunker on the low ground. He doesn't necessarily need to hold this because he does have a bunker high ground as well. This is going to buy him time, though, of course, and it's actually really nice to get the Cyclone lock onto the Ravager. That already taken some hits. It's obviously going to get a little bit lower. I was going to say, we do have the barracks active, right? Yes, we do. 2 more Marines are going to start up now. Just going for the Overlord. There's a couple Overlords here, so don't think losing one is going to be too bad. It would supply block fly, though, so yeah, anytime that this Cyclone is able to lock on, get some damage, and just stay out of reach, it's going to be kind of happy. The few SCVs at the front that are there to repair the bunker can take a moment to repair the Cyclone as well. That also works kind of nice. A couple Queens going to be there. Another Corrosive Bile coming straight down. Tank, Marines coming through. Cyclones locking on again. Stepping away once more. This Roach Ravager continuing back and forth. Couple Biles coming into play once more here. And that Zergling speed still coming up to being about halfway done. These next few moments, the SCV is still looking to wrap around this bunker. Second bunker as well. To me, this already feels like a defense from Clem. You got 2 Cyclones up. A tank about to be ready as well. It's just going to be so hard to break through everything that Clem has now. Knocking on. Ravager's taking some damage. Just going to be having a couple of those Ravagers taking shots already. Ravager stepping through a couple of Corrosive Biles. SCV's going to take some damage, but we do still keep the bunker alive, so that part's great. As you see the Overlord going down, a couple more Biles. Marines just stepping away for a moment. And a couple of Marines continuing to bow. Just going to see the Ravagers dropping the Biles again. Knocking this down. That bunker taking some more hits. Another round of Biles again hitting toward this bunker. SCV's just staying here and giving this bunker a good old hug. Again, Bly is stacking up more and more Ravagers, but he's yet to really start doing anything. We're going to see a Banshee from Clem, just a bit more defense from him. At least there are Queens nearby from Bly, so this Banshee should not just be able to kind of sit above Roach Ravager and just completely dominate and, you know, be unchecked. There's even a Spore Crawler nearby, so you can see what the Banshee can do. Ravager stepping forward. Ravagers, the Queen's going to settle in. Just going to see those couple of battles landing. The Marines going to be there to help out. We do lose one of the bunkers, but it's not like Clem is not getting anything out of this, of course. As you are going to see, second bunker going to go down pretty quickly, but I mean, the Ravager count's also just dropping here. Bly still trying to push his way forward onto this. Any more Biles, SCVs taking damage. If you do not get the bunker with this set of shots. This bunker's in out of position now, though, because it's not actually protecting, or at least it's not actually shooting at the Ravagers just yet. The next tank's sieging up as well. Going to be some more nice damage from the high ground. Going to be hard to get Biles onto that tank. The Overlord would have to come quite far forward to give it the vision, as the new bunker has to cancel. Clem does that immediately. The longer that Clem holds on, the happier he is. 40 SCVs against the 22 drones, so he is just mining a lot, and he's continuing to just crank out off the 1-1-1 setup. Marine tank Banshee, a lot of these high damage output units that can do very well in the grand scheme of things. As that siege tank going down, so we actually do get that. The Overlord flew across. Tank goes down kind of quickly. That's really nice for Bly. Those Queens need to be careful. I was going to say that one is kind of super low, and they actually end up going down. If we're not careful, the Banshee super low as well is going to fall as the Queen step very far forward. However, now one Queen goes down. The Banshee's going to take a chance with the Queens dropping in numbers a little bit to get after a few of those Ravagers. Clem loses 10 SCVs. Bunker's gone on the low ground. Does he have to give up the low ground here in the end? I think these Banshees are going to start being a real nuisance now that there's only one Queen and one Spore. You're going to be a lot more limited in what you can do as Bly. Every time you poke forward, those Banshees are going to shoot for a good chunk of Ravager HP. Marines pulling back. SCV gets taken out. Again, the Ravager still dropping another pile down. Just going to see the Ling Ravager force still gathering together. Spore Crawl stepping through. Explosive Biles onto the ramp and onto a depot. So you have to get rid of that Overlord up on the high ground. Just going to knock that away. And the Ravagers coming in once more as the orbital lifts off. The SCVs will do some repairing. Gonna try and drop that orbital back in place. We do dodge the SCVs, dodge with the SCVs away from the Biles. Clem still holding a good amount of army supply. The Marine count has been growing quite a lot. The issue with the Marines is just getting them in range to actually fight these Ravagers without too much being done. Couple more corrosive Biles. And she's still firing away. A bit more damage being done. You have to go up the orbital command here as Clem. The Spores are the issue, because without the Spores, these Banshees just dominate. They are going to get rid of one Spore now. If these Marines can step forward and get the other, that really would just make this so much simpler. Marine tank Banshee building through. 4 more Ravagers going in. The Creep Tumors coming up and into position. These Ravagers going to drop one more Bile towards the Banshees and the Marines. Not going to land on anything just yet. Ooh, Ravager's going to come in. 4 tanks going to hit these Ravagers. It feels very expensive for Bly. A lot of those Ravagers going down. I mean, it's getting desperate, I guess, because the more that Clem builds up, the less likely it's going to work from Bly anyway. That is going to be GG. Clem going to get to a 2-0 lead in its best of 3. Alright, game number... series number 3 coming up then. I think we're just going to follow into Clem Shameless. MaxPax beat Alex, but Alex took a map. He's been kind of taking maps lately. It's kind of cool to see. MaxPax will play Skillless or Lambo. Hero and Classic on that side of the bracket. Clem and Shameless here is going to be our round of 8. Kira and ByuN. Kira and ByuN on this side of the bracket, waiting for the winner of Clem and Shameless. So we'll go Clem Shameless for some TVP. And go from there, guys. Run some ads and get ready to go. Blaze the real winner in your heart, yeah. Wow, lobby's coming up already for Clem Shameless. These guys vetoed fast. And get set to go into this quarterfinal matchup. That was a very fast veto process. Alright, lots of people in here. Clem and Shameless for the quarterfinals of today's WardiTV Mondays. Again, thanks for joining us. Pleasure to be with you all. Let's get diving on in. Let's get down to business. Let's get this started. 10,000 feet gonna be our map. In a moment. The top left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Terran player. It's going to be Team Liquid's Clem. Game 1 of this quarterfinal best of 3. Speedy approach to the quarterfinals today. Of course, we will cast both semis and finals. But yeah, it's been pretty quick to get to the round of 8. As we get this on the way, and away we go. Clem top left, and the bottom right, Shameless is going to be our blue Protoss. Alright, it's going to be a proxy gateway, so Shameless is going to get super aggro super quick. It's going to be his plan. It's going to be proxy 2 gateway route, so Shameless is not holding back, opening this quarterfinal off with a little bit of a 2-gate bang on this top side. Results on the way through. Cybercore coming up, obviously waiting for this first bit of aggression to hit. Clem is in the dark. He's checking around with a Marine, but the worst part is that he built a Marines. He doesn't even have the Reaper going across the map to let him know that this is happening. So Clem is blind. Has absolutely zero info to work with at the moment here on 10k feet for this opening game. Because Shameless has not been scouted at all, he's going to build 2 Stalkers and then go with 2 Zealots and 2 Stalkers at the same time. Hit with maximum power while giving Clem as little time as possible, basically, to have a response. I mean, this feels like a very lost scenario for Clem, because the CC is going to have to cancel at the very least. I mean, 2 Marines show up from the higher ground. But yeah, you slow down the CC. Oh, that's so close to finishing. The problem is if you want to finish that, you have to send a bunch of SCVs down more than likely. Clem's just going to pull a lot. I mean, if you finish the CC at least, that could be interesting. He actually gets a full surround on the Stalkers and the Zealot. 1 Stalker now freed. He does finish the command center off. 4 SCVs lost. This feels a lot better than it originally felt like. I mean, obviously getting your units surrounded by the SCVs and letting them do that kind of damage. I mean, let the Zealots get surrounded, but the Stalker shouldn't be surrounded in there. Hellion trying to go across the map. Stalker will put some more damage on the Adept shading after. I think... Is it going to be good for the Adept shot? No, the Hellion's going to get away, so now you've got to respond back at home with the unit. Otherwise, this Hellion's just going to go roasting probes. Oh, no. I mean, it might be low HP, but you don't need a lot of HP to get rid of some workers when there's 0 defense. So that's actually amazing for Clem bringing this across the map. The Adept is shitting in to save the day, but it's just 1 Adept that's now at home rather than across to the other side. Clem going to get a second probe. So it's not major damage, but it pulls an Adept back as well, which is a big deal. Now Shameless distracted, loses a Stalker too close to the Terran ramp. And what felt like a great scenario for Shameless is very, very quickly falling apart here. These Stalkers still poking. Now the Cyclone here as well, and obviously these Stalkers are unupgraded, so that's going to be powerful. Cyclone gets another Stalker, yeah. I mean, at this point, we're just losing all the Stalkers, and it's going to be tough. Lose the Stalker as well, then, I mean, what do we actually have across the map from Shameless if we end up having to play defense if Clem just walks to the other side? It's going to be tough. Cyclone going to get there. The Adept gets picked off. Marines tank. And the Cyclone's still building through here. I'm just going to have the Twilight counts and the gates still coming online as well. That battery coming up. A few more moments. Tank and the Raven continue to produce through. Marines and Cyclone is going to... I mean, this is the problem as well. You've got 2 gates on the map that are now just going to be lost to you. So that's 2 gates of investment from the early game that just disappear. 4 gates building from Shameless as he knows what he needs to do here, which is just get production back online. But Clem is pushing, and I fear that Shameless is not going to get a lot of war pins before Clem is arriving. You can see the Marine's going to fight. You can see the Stalker, Sentry, and the Immortal coming through. Just going to be seeing the Gateway taking some more damage, taking a few more shots. It's going to go down, so one of the gates already lost, losing the pylon at the front, depowers the battery. I mean, there's not really much reason for Clem not to be able just to walk into this natural expansion with the way that he defended back at home. Man, this really felt so bad for Clem, but like you say, I think Shameless made a lot of mistakes. A few micro errors, and just Clem getting a lot more value than he should have done in a lot of these scenarios. Nexus will go down. Shameless. It's going to be typing GG. And Clem is going to take this one to a 1-0 lead in the BO3. Alright, we'll jump into game 2 here in just a second as we go to Winter Madness. I'll get this started up in a moment. Alright, let's jump into Winter Madness. Let's get this going as we have Clem up 1 in this quarterfinal. In the bottom right here is the red Terran player. Can Shameless pull this back? Obviously, got real aggressive in that opening game. Not really any success. Chronoburst on the Nexus. And the probe coming back across the map for a couple moments here, get that on the way. I'm just going to see the SCV in the barracks coming through as well, getting that going. Probe going to pull, SCV coming about. Couple of SCVs can shoot here. That probe going to get nibbled at. You'll see the orbital and the marine still producing through, so bringing that up and online. Opening with the Tech Lab. The Marauder openings have been really popular lately. Last week or two, there's been a lot of Marauder openings. A lot of people have been enjoying this style of play. Been kind of wild to see just how popular it's been. Like I say, so many people have been coming out with this. Obviously, ByuN was someone that did this a fair amount, but Clem's been doing this a lot lately as well. So, yeah, very intrigued as to where this goes. Looks like because of shells comes through. Because of shells starting up, the Marauder on the way by. Came into position here for a few moments. Barrack still finishing up, so Clem just going to start up his stim, and he's going to go across the map with those concussive shelled Marauders. The Adept is going to have to shade forward here if it wants to commit to the shade. It does not, decides to just cancel that, but you know, left in a little bit of an awkward spot for a moment or two. I see the 2 Marauders in the Marine. Going to put some good damage onto the Adept. It's not going to go down, but still nice to get a few shots off already. Get a little bit more work done. Again, bring that blink into play. Stalking the Warp Gate coming online. Just going to see the Marauder, the Stim Pack, all building by. Reactor and Tech Lab coming up as well. Just going to get that a-moving. Oh, blink coming up. Warp Gate coming by. As we get the extra gates through, I mean, it is that Twilight Council that way. Just getting the blink from, but yeah, 4 gates going to be the call. I don't know how much I like the idea of being 4-gate pressure kind of heavy if you're going to be blink stalkering into what is already a Marauder heavy opening, especially if these first Marauders survive and don't go down. And now we're actually going to catch these stalkers out in the open. Concussive Shell's active, of course, remember. First Marauder goes down, but there goes 1 stalker, here goes 2. And you can see how quickly this becomes an absolute disaster as we do not quite catch 3. We lose the Concussive Shells on it. We can chase, and we have another Marauder that's kind of cutting the corner off, so might still be able to get a grab on this stalker. It's going to run and run. Obviously, it's pretty speedy. And it looks as though it is going to get away. Oh, no, no, no. We're going to find it. We're going to find it with the Marauder here. Who's watching? Who's watching? It's Shameless that's watching. Clem didn't turn around. Shameless gets out of reach again. Well, Clem showing up now actually has Stim. Is this Clem being too aggressive, though? Into 4 gates of unit production, you're giving what is meant to be an aggressive player the chance to actually use their units at home in a more defensive manner. You can see the blink backs good so far. These Marauders do not have healing available. Like I say, we got Stim, but it doesn't drop it yet. The problem with Stim is if you drop it, Stalkers just blink back. They don't let this fight happen at all, and that becomes a big issue straight away. As I'm coming across, that ByuN army still moving as well. A few SCVs moving about. A couple of Marines going to pull over. I'm just going to see the other Stalkers going to step through for a moment. Going to get after a couple of these SCVs. I'm going to pull in. A few Marines are going to be there. ByuN's on the low ground. If you can force the blink out, the ByuN can stim in. These Stalkers are going to be stuck. Oh, they blink into the main base. They blink deeper through. A couple of units are going to be in reach, though. Prism is going to go down before it can continue to micro much more. But we killed 16 SCVs. That's nice, but it's going to cost you well, not really every stalker, because Clem pulled everything from the low ground up to the high ground. Oh, what a weird scenario that played out just there. Came pretty rough pretty quickly. Charge, Sentry Stalker still coming through. The extra gates in the Nexus coming about as well. Continue to get that on the go here for a few more moments. Marauder medevac still pulling through. Just going to see a few of the Marauders stepping forward. The Stalkers taking some damage again. I mean, with Stim, it is very punishable when these units step in. Stemming the Marauder toward them is able to do a lot for you. Bioforce still coming about, trying to see what else we're doing. Again, Bioforce coming about. Widowmine's going to be there. A couple of medevacs join in. This is where you're going to see really the power of this. Widowmine goes onto the sentry. And the Zealots are slow, no charges yet. That's not helping you here. Because though Shameless is going to be running out of options pretty quickly as the Spy Army turns back around. A couple more of these Stalkers dropping. It's going to be seeing the Zealots still in some trouble, taking a bunch of damage. As you see the Stalkers going down, the Zealots being caught. I mean, Clem is not going to break through. Clem only has 45 workers, so if he doesn't do a bit more here, is he just in trouble? Yeah, I mean, I guess he's only just starting his third base, so Shameless has a good economy. Clem has not broken through this first kind of wave of units, and now may actually be in a hot spot of bother. Now heading up that left side, a couple of these Zealots. Take a few more shots, a couple of Widow Mines are coming up the rear. You can see those Widow Mines burrowing up, the Zealots still stepping through. You can see the Widow Mines going to retarget, love that, onto the Immortals. Hits a bunch of the Stalkers for some splash damage as well. All of those Zealots are hurting, by the way, as we chase forward. Clem, a bit more value. This army that remains does not seem great. I do not love that blink forward. I guess I like it a little more now. A few Zealots have shown up to try and keep pushing things back. New Widow Mines available again to knock down a couple additional Zealots. And once more, as soon as the Zealots are gone, we do back away. So only engaging as long as we have the Zealots to help us tank. So doing the right, making the right things happen there essentially is Shameless as Clem. Still staying on the forefront of this game. Just sitting there and just being annoying enough. Trading well enough that he can, like I say, still stay on the map without Shameless truly pushing him back. Shameless has been building nothing but Zealots. As you start to lose a couple units like the Stalkers as well, that becomes quite expensive. Widow Mine will just get a Zealot there. The Sentry then gets caught by the Concussive Shell, so it can't get away. Another round of Zealots. I think Clem needs reinforcements if he wants to stick around, but he gets rid of the Immortal first. And then there's going to be the Prism hitting on the other side. He doesn't have many units at home, but he'll bring some over. The main issue here is if the Prism gets a warping off. Problem is, warping in the single Zealot is probably not going to be that scary as the Widow Mine. Burrowing doesn't quite get the Prism. We're actually going to relocate. Now we will maybe get the warping off. Obviously, this is now taking quite some time, so Clem's had time to prepare something of an answer to this at least, even if right now we're not necessarily seeing it. And there's about 6 STVs. Clem's still down about 14 workers in general in this game. Has obviously been down because of the later third base, which is just now finally getting into position and morphing into an orbital command. ByuN, gonna get another Immortal. Yep, just gonna grab that. Nice little run through, killing that Immortal off. Taking that down already. Zealot Stalker up into the high ground is able to clean up that one Marauder, but again, another big tech unit going down. We are about to see some bigger tech units being brought into play here. The movement into the Robo Bay is very much so happening. As that +2 attack comes in, about halfway done. +2 armor still building as well. Liberator and Medivac moving out over to the far left. Stalkers get underneath, kill that Liberator off. The Medivac forced away. Big bio push up through the middle of the map. Clem diving to the top. Couple of Widow Mines already going to start burrowing. They're going to go big on these Zealots. So Zealots taking a bunch of damage right now. Zealots still charging through. Stalkers blinking in after this. The Marauders and the Marines continue to go running. The Zealots are still going to be there, continuing to give chase for a moment or two longer. Stalkers get underneath. Another Medivac going down. That's the Spire still setting up. Just going to see a few more of these Zealots being picked away at. This is able to keep getting after Clem. Now getting after his Medivacs as well. Going to make this a very expensive scenario for Clem. Losing the Medivac is going to be a little rough. We boost away. Units show up, but kind of just scraps of units. Widow Mine's out of reach, kind of splashing badly. Clem just gets overwhelmed. Shameless is going to take this down as Clem is not going to have enough here. And Shameless is able to take a game 2, tying us up 1-1. And Clem had to sit there and keep that pressure going, and he just wasn't able to do enough. That was a weird game, because I actually really felt like there was a moment where Shameless was about to get all of his Stalkers caught, but he realized it, he moved further into the main of Clem, and that really was the saving grace for him. Game 3 coming up in a moment, guys. Give me 1 sec. Alrighty. As we get into White Rabbit. For game 3, we're just missing Shameless, so take a couple of moments. Get that ready to start off. Elsewhere on the bracket, Classic has defeated Hero 2-1. He will play Max Pack, Skillet, or Lambo. Skillet and Lambo are playing a banger of a best of 3 apparently. They're still in game on that round of 16 match. And no result on Q out ByuN at the same time. It's just the PvPs steaming ahead. I hope everyone's doing well. Thanks for joining us. JLHF gets called, and we jump straight into White Rabbit here for game 3. In the top right hand side, we're going to have ourselves a Red Terran player. This is Team Liquid's Clem. In the bottom left, our Blue Protoss is Shameless. Gonna put a bit of a hiccup on the expectation on this. Game 3. Let's kick this off. Yeah, it was an interesting early game just because of the fact that, like I say, it was like a lot of bio, and then the Stalker still managed to get through for quite a bit of damage. Clem ended up being out of position. And just was way behind on economy at that point, and he obviously traded well enough to kind of keep him in it for a while. But then eventually just wasn't able to do enough. Let's see, we'll chase that probe for a couple moments. Yes, of course, see that next coming about. Probe is going to be coming over. Obviously, Shameless has a scout already. This one returned home. The SCV returned home as well. Adept just going to be chasing, Reaper pulling back. Coming back through a little. I'm just going to be seeing the CC factory coming around. Stargate is building. Having the Adept and the Warp Gate continue to build through for a little bit right now. See that Adept coming over. A couple depots going to raise. Adept going to try and step forward. Marina's going to be there to try and fend it off. Just going to see a couple more Marines coming in. Oracle, the Warp Gate, the Adept probes building through. I'm going to get a lock onto these Adepts. They will sort of go down, but now the Oracle is going to get the Cyclones. The Cyclones lock-on is on cooldown. However, we turn and fight, and now we actually get a lock onto the Oracle. The Oracle Wins the fight though, Clem misjudges it, and he takes that engagement thinking he can get himself the Oracle kill, but he loses the Cyclone and doesn't get it instead. Medevac loads up, the Marines are going to start boosting. So heading down to that bottom left side again. Blink, Nexus, the probes continue coming through for a couple moments. Okay, it's coming about. Again, the Stim and the Marine still coming in as well. Dropping in the main base, and a few of those probes already going down. 3 workers dropping. Actually going to head toward a few more of these workers. 5 workers going down. The Stalkers do get into the medevacs. That medevac will be falling. But of course, with no blink, these Stalkers are stuck here. We're going to bring the probes back in. I do not like that. I don't think those Marines would have killed another Stalker, but they killed 3 more probes, so Shameless may be coming back in a little soon and giving up 8 workers to this attack in the end. It is going to be rough. Again, blink coming about. The probes are still building. Seeing that Stimpack combat shield coming about. Marine Marauder medevac still building through. Get that engineering bay on the go. Add a bunker. Add a reactor. Just seeing that blink continue to come about as the few Stalkers and the Adept continue to step through at the moment. So he's going to pull, just going to see that bunk again repaired for a few seconds. Again, Stalker's going to try and fight. ByuN still gathering the Cyclone, just going to be right there. Again, Stimpack and Combat Shield still building up at the moment. The Bioforce will step forward, chase those Stalkers. Stalkers will get a few of those Marines. Bits of damage being done. Again, a couple of medevacs gathering together. Pull back here, Shameless. Clem is stepping back from the center. He's going to come around this right side. There's obviously a couple of medevacs that can evacuate the majority of this if you don't get too close to the Stalkers, of course. And the medevac's coming about. That Viking still on the ground. Still just didn't see that concussive shells. And that +1 continue to come through. The Zealot and the Stalker still building in. Just going to see the first little Stim. Stalker's off to the left side, a bit out of position as Clem is reinforcing right down into this position. We blink forward, ready to let these Zealots charge through. Shameless ready to try and take this fight in as best of a way as he can. Obviously, Widow Mine's going to be scary for those Zealots. Force keeps trading a couple of these. Widow Mine's going to go off now, soften the Zealots up, make it a little easier for the Terran army to actually stand here and fight into this without trading terribly. This Nexus is in some trouble, actually. Shameless needs to find a way to push onto this army and actually start pushing it back. And that's going to be it with the Zealots from the other side. They get up close and personal. The Widow Mine goes off. The Stalkers make the play onto the medevacs. Clem says, "You're too close." Targets down the Stalkers that are trying to target down his medevacs. Now Lives retreats to the middle of the map here. His own third base up back at home. Extra barracks on the way. And this is a scrappy-ish game still because we don't really have tech on the way up from Shameless. He's just building Zealot Stalker still. One more Widow Mine hits that Zealot. Bio's still going to be sitting here. The Zealot's going to come forward again. Widow Mine's lining up. It feels like he's making a bit of progress, but the problem is more Zealots just keep warping in. Now upgrades are going to be done on the side of Shameless. He'll have at least +1 to match the +1 of Clem. Clem is on his way to an armor upgrade already, but no armory, no second engineering bay for +2 attack. He is actually going to add on a couple of Liberators, which feels good in this moment, just because it is very Zealot Stalker heavy, and if you can kind of keep the Stalker count back, then obviously the Liberator can actually just do a lot of work as the Zealots charge through and so on. So Widow Mine's going to go off, and we will put some damage onto those Zealots again. Widow Mine's now button burrowing, coming back through. Zealot's still chasing. Just going to be seeing a couple of units reinforced from Clem getting caught in the midst of this. And yeah, this time I think Clem was a little bit of an awkward spot, so he has to back away. He has to give this some space for the next few moments. Bay Rover facility still coming through the Zealot Stalker Sentry. Now being in an aggressive position, Clem's going to kite back toward the middle of the map, but this is obviously a moment where Shameless wants to be here. Going to get the Liberator sieged up in an awkward spot. A few Zealots still streaming in. Liberator having to play defense on the mineral line. Clem losing some SCVs while already been in a bit of a weaker eco spot. His reinforcements show up. I'm worried that we're running out of Zealots here as Shameless, though, and that we're still kind of caught in the fight. He actually, if he can regroup these Zealots on the left side, this might be okay for him. The Stalkers do not make a dive. Drop on the other side, going to find the upgrade. +2 attack denied. +1 armor is going to finish just in time, but I think we probably don't lose the Forge anyway. I think we kill the units before it goes down. Wow, it's actually very close. It would have been nice to delay +2 by the build time of a Forge, but obviously, like I say, the main thing is that the armor upgrade had already finished. Rest of that bio gathering back over. Just going to see 2 upgrades still coming about, +2 attack and the thermal lance coming in as well. Obviously, getting the actual splash damage and tech online here from Shameless will help a lot. Looks like the bio going to jump through that Forge, going to go down as well. A few other Zealots are going to step over. That's a kill. A couple of Medivacs going to boost back up that left side. And Vikings, Marines, Marauders. Going to be the production of Clem. He's going to get that Ghost Academy started as well. It's going to give himself the chance to get some additional tech up and online here. Bio will unload back out the Medivac because it gets chased away. It's back through the center again. Still got the 2-2 upgrades. The ship weapons coming up as well. Shameless obviously wants to attack in, but at the same time he's going to respect the libs and the mines a little. It's still only 2 Colossus. It's very Zealot heavy. Sometimes that's good, but against a lot of the mines it can be tough. You see him continue to pull back, trying to set these mines off, trying to kill them as well before anything really happens. It does mean we've used a lot of the Zealots initially. Clem ready to try and dodge through here. We've got a couple of ghosts available. EMPs to soften things up would be nice. Really needs to land an EMP on the Zealots though. They're going to be the things that obviously kind of take a while to really chew through. So if you remove the shields, then that would be amazing. The Vikings are going untouched. The Stalkers are not targeting them, which means the Colossus are going down. Shameless is going to run out of splash damage here. That Liberator just sitting doing work, and this fight is all about Clem. I think Shameless needed to back away and reimagine what he was trying to do here. Like, this just was not it in the end. Ended up in a very ugly position. I mean, he just sort of went in, like, he did all this micro against those initial mines, and then he just committed, and he was just like, I'm going to sit here. The Vikings left to hit the Colossus freely. And the Bio army able to just trade well, especially with the Colossus going down. There's no splash from that Bio eventually. Just going to be rough. Seven extra gates being added is maybe not the time to spend 800 or 1,000 resources on gateways when you're just in the verge of losing a big fight and needing to recover and recuperate a little bit. So I'm not necessarily loving that. Another EMP coming down. A few Zealots getting hit. A couple more of these Zealots going down. The Vikings going to come forward. Fire still chasing Zealot, and the Stalker still taking some big shots here. It's going to see another couple of Zealots chasing through. Shameless going to say GG. And that is going to be Clem taking game 3 of this series 2-1 in this best of 3 and into the semi-finals today. But he still doesn't have an opponent, which means that Kira and ByuN are playing a heck of a TVP. On the other side of the bracket, MaxPax and Lambo are still playing in the round of 8 as well, so we do not have a currently ready-to-go semi-final. Let me have a little peek and see if I can check the other streams for anything going on. MaxPax and Lambo have been in game for 8 minutes for their current map. ByuN and Kira are 1-1 and 15 minutes in game, so probably gonna go into Kira and ByuN versus Clem. I mean, it depends obviously which one finishes first still, but whenever we get a semi-final, guys, we will go from there. I guess what we can do is we can put the Korean stream up and we can watch the ByuN Kira game at least. Yeah, let's do that. Let's watch the ByuN Kira game. Just while we're waiting for something else to come around, because like I said, otherwise we're going to be sat with nothing to do, so we may as well see how ByuN Kira is going. So we'll get that set up for you guys. I'm just waiting for the ad to finish up on the stream that we're going to be watching it from. So yeah, no in-game sounds for this, guys, because this is from the Korean stream. But it's 1-1, and jumping in, it looks decent for Kira, just because he's on the map and seems like he has a few more bases up, but I actually think it is 5 base to 5 base. Maybe ByuN is building one of those CCs. So we see a couple in the production tab currently. It actually looks fairly even across the board. ByuN in the blue, Kira in the red on this one. Medvex is going to go big drop setup, and as Kira is the one definitely being the aggressive from what we've seen so far. ByuN has Liberate is out, but that does not exactly bode well when the unit's already kind of drawn across your bases. You see Liberate on the right side. I mean, this is where the Liberate is nice, pushing back the tank lines, and so is always going to be powerful. Marine Marauder, tank and medevac all coming up, plus 2 vehicle weapons on the way. Just having our Libs, Cyclones, and our Vikings still coming through, plus 3 vehicle weapons, plus 2 vehicle plating, continuing to come up as well. See that tank coming back around for a moment. Ends up pushed back. He's actually going to stim back into this. Obviously, this is pretty much just pure mech from ByuN. It hasn't been mech. It has been mech all game from ByuN as well. Yeah, sorry. I am confused with the upgrades because the scoreboard and the player locations on the map are the wrong way around. But yeah. Aliens and the Cyclones moving through. High Sec Auto Tracking coming up. Near Steel Plane coming in. Plus 2 vehicle weapons coming as well. Continue to bring a lot of that about. It's going to be a nice dive. ByuN's going to lose the top right base again. Struggling with positioning. Kira showing the power of the ByuN in terms of mobility. But of course, it's going to be much weaker when it comes to actually trading. But if you can use that mobility well and to keep ByuN kind of pinned back and to trade badly, eventually you can wear him down. That is currently the go-to plan here from Kira in this game, it seems. Close. I think as the tanks all coming about, just going to see the medevacs and the marauders coming up as well. Keep coming around that left side. Still keeping the pressure up. And this is the quarterfinal match. The winner of this plays Clem. On the other side, Classic will play Lambo or Max Packs, whoever comes through from that round of 8. That's going on as well. Again, we're not sure what the score is there. I'm not sure if anyone's in game on it. I'm trying to check that on my other PC, see if anyone was not in game. I think we had everyone in game with us, though. So I'm pretty sure that the Max Packs Lambo game is currently going uncasted. Is Lambo live, maybe? No, not even Lambo's live. It's a bit tough. We're trying to dive the main of ByuN. He's been just again staying very active in this game, very aggressive throughout. Trying to give ByuN as few options as possible to step back in this overall. A couple of Marauders are going to try and fight through. I'm just going to see that Biotank force coming back along again. The bird of fire and hitting a few of those Marauders. The tanks still stepping through as well. A couple of tanks going to fire back. Kira is losing a lot of supply again. ByuN just holding on, but Kira is starting to take the map to make up for some of these trades as well. So again, a complicated scenario in the grand scheme of things at the moment. Marauder Medevac continue coming through. Just continue to bring a lot of that into place here just for the moment. And Libs and those tanks keep getting going. Bio up the right side, just going to see a couple of Thors. Actually need to be careful. Bio going to stim in. Think they can do something. There's too many tanks there, so there's just no shot. So that base is safe. Now ByuN's going to try and expand out to the left-hand side. That might be the new opening that Kira tries to latch onto and to punish a little bit. Starts to swing to that left side instead. ByuN, obviously, a 5-base Terran is very cozy. 6-base Terran would be a little more dangerous here in the grand scheme of things. Again, just going to see the couple libs coming about. That scan coming down. Bio going to step forward and just going to see the couple of tanks coming back over. A couple of Vikings continuing through and getting after those Marines. Just going to play cleanup on the rest of this. 23 SCVs down for ByuN, but he still leads in the supply. He's got 50 more army supply than Kira. The problem is, going across the map with a mech army is going to be difficult still. Where game sounds. This is the Korean stream, so no game sounds. Just as we're watching the end of this game because there's nothing else for us to jump into until this match finishes pretty much. So yeah, no game sounds. Unless you guys want the Korean casting. Give you guys the full Inu experience. Army is going to drop down. A couple of Thors going to be in some trouble. Vikings as well. When we get to business, I mean, again, just Kira trying to break into these positions. There's a lot of tank support in it. It's just such a fragile line of what is going to be fine and what is going to be a bit too far gone. See this army pulling back again. One more scan coming into place once more. Additional tanks on the way. ByuN building 5 at a time for a moment there. Again, remember that Q's just had so much economy through this game, and that means that ByuN, while being able to have traded somewhat decently at certain points, is just constantly in this case of just still not exactly in a great position. And comes around again. Libera going to turn back onto the tank. We're just going to see this Bio army heading to the upper right side. Again, Vikings going to fire. Medevac's already being pushed out of this. Resource loss check? Yeah, I can't bring it up myself. But like I say, we're not in game. I'm watching a stream, so can't show you guys where things are at unless Inu brings it up. You have to keep your eyes peeled as the Marines get a Liberator. Gonna grab the missile turret, a couple tanks firing away, Sin's tower taking some damage. ByuN gonna take a stim into this planetary, couple of tanks trying to back this up. And the tanks go down now, the planetary fortress in some serious trouble. ByuN is gonna get there to defend. Once more is able to hold this position. Kira is now mining the one additional base. Both the left and right side central bases are being mined by Kira. Can ByuN push Kira back in a meaningful way and maybe take one of those bases back? That would be incredible if he could, but obviously then he becomes very drawn out and stretched out in this game as well, so that's absolutely kind of the challenge at the same time here. Again, going to see Kira making another dive on top of those siege tanks, making a push over in this direction, trying to get a little bit more. And this time he's actually going to break through and get a siege onto the planetary, so this base might actually be in trouble. Remember, ByuN is very reliant on the ongoing mining to keep him in this game. He's going to get the Liberator sieged up on top of the tank, so he's going to start picking through those. Then again, at the same time, we're back on the right side, and Kira is now stepping onto the other side. And this multi-prong is working... Well, it's working to kind of get in positions, but he does not actually deal damage on the left. I thought that was going to be so much deadlier, and obviously the Lib just kind of solo cleans up the tanks and everything else gets pushed away. Awesome stuff from Kira, in essence, but then... he feels like he's getting into these positions, but then the defense of ByuN is still just too good to truly be broken through. Still unable to kind of break into those scenarios. Tank bio still gathering, a couple of those tanks still setting up. Medevacs tanks, the Marauder coming around as well. Got that +1 vehicle plating coming through. The Libs in the tank still producing by. The few additional SCVs coming about. Refinery also coming around for the moment. These tanks actually going to get pushed down onto this planetary fortress, by the way, so sieging that. Planetary taking some big hits already. Stemming through, just going to see the tank getting cleaned up again. Kyo trying to make a push. Now his own base obviously in some trouble on this left side. ByuN actually denying one of these positions would be massive for him, as we're going to see the tanks turning onto the Bioforce that tries to step forward. It will clean out the Thor, it will clean out a few of the tanks, but it was pretty disastrous for Kyo. Kyo, by the way, currently no money in the bank, so he's actually not going to be able to rebuild out of this super easily, and the Liberators are starting to push him away. Kyo is now building 6 Vikings, 7 Vikings at once to try and get some air control up to help him against these Libs that are going to keep pushing forward, it seems. There's a lot of Vikings being brought through at the moment. That is a lot of Vikings. +2 ship weapons, +1 vehicle plating coming through. The tank's going to siege, just going to push down that right side. The Viking's going to come across, get that Liberator. Orbital, I'm going to set up, just going to see the Hellion tank coming around. In fact, it's going to unload onto the tanks on the left side. Bio going to fight for a little bit. Kyo's rebuilt up a bit of his bank. Obviously, trying to replace this base. ByuN is still trying to fight over it. That has been one of the main points of contention here for the moment. Lambo's out of game, by the way. What happened there? It's going to be Max Packs Classic on the upper semi-final. Alright, guys. So we're probably going to get ready to go into Max Packs Classic. Let me swap servers on my other account. Was that just a 2-0 for Max Packs? It was. So Max Packs Classic semi-final will be starting soon. We'll get ready to get that going, guys. But kind of invest in the end of this TVT. Libs pushing up. Just gonna see the Thor's gonna be in range there. Those Libs taking some big shots. ByuN trying to push further forward. ByuN's taking a lot of army supply loss now, which is gonna be an issue. Just gonna see the yeah, again, just the lack of eco. If you take a couple bad trades, is immediately gonna come into effect. ByuN down about 20 army supply at the moment, but still actually pressuring forward. Actually going to be the one to push in toward this base at the moment, which is a little crazy. Tanks will siege, a few more SCVs going down. That Liberator sieging up, a couple of Thors should be able to clean it out. Kind of funny because air control swung into Q's favor just earlier. The Vikings landed. Q is going to take what might just be the final fight here. Clean this up. Knock this down. Sorry, I was communicating with MaxPax and Classic to try and get them online and organized for the semi-final. But yeah, ByuN finally getting a bit punished for being right out in the front there. Finally taking the big hits. And now, look here, on top of these bases, seems as though it's probably going to be good enough. GG's. Q is going to knock him down. And it's going to be Q into the semis. Alright, so we're going to get ready for MaxPax and Classic on the NA server, guys. Again, sorry I didn't quite commentate at the end of that fight. I was, like I say, trying to get Classic online. Quite a little TVT to hop into a bit of. Quite the game these guys were busy playing. Alright, MaxPax Classic. Won't be coming up. Just get a message. Classic. Sweet. And you guys again, hope all doing well. Thanks for joining us today for some WardiTV Mondays, edition 88. MaxPax versus Classic and Clem versus Q is going to be our semi-final matches. Get this ready to go. And see what happens. This one. Mondays 88. MaxPax has been on back-to-back-to-back wins in the Monday Cups against Clem, then Lambo, then Clem again in the finals. In fact, MaxPax has had 5 finals appearances in a row. He lost to Classic and Clem before beating Clem, Lambo, Clem. It's been quite the streak for MaxPax. Currently the all-time most winning player in WardiTV Monday Cups. Something that was only true about Clem until just a week ago. Just confirm with everyone, MaxPax Classic will start first. That series was ready to go sooner, so we'll get that one ready to rumble. Kick this off into the semi-finals. Do. Sweet. Alright, just waiting for MaxPax Classic video. Classic just got online, so it might be a moment or two, but then we'll get into these semis. And of course the finals to follow the semis. What's up, Ricey9? How you doing? Hello. Hello, everybody. Oh, it's warm. My brain's not focused well today. I'm trying to stay locked in, I'm just like... it's not happening. It is not happening. Clem trying to host the lobby for Cure. Just like, bro, that ain't happening. Not today. No, we're gonna cast both assemblies today, guys. And like I say, Max Packs Classic was ready first, so we will do that one first. That's always the rule. It's hot in Korea too, 10 PM, still 27 outside. Dang. I don't want to know how hot it was earlier in the day. Oh. Just waiting for Max Packs Classic to veto. I'm gonna have to turn the fan on, guys. Give me a sec. It's just too hot. I need some cooling. Need some cooling. Like I say, surrounded by the PCs and stuff doesn't help. Take off my clothes. It's the wrong platform for that. Unfortunately for you guys. Alright, so yeah, just waiting for Classic and Max Packs to be vetoed, and then we can kick this off, guys, in just a few moments. Get this ready to rumble. Very exciting. Come on, Max Packs and Classic. What's up, Andy? Thank you so much for the 500 bits. Appreciate you. As always, hope you're doing well. Thank you for 500 bitting us up. I got the fancy bladeless fan. Yeah, kind of just essential, honestly. I've had this a long time. I don't know if I had an... If this is not the same one, maybe I bought a new one when we moved here, but I've had this for, I think, a long time, because over the years, some of the office space and stuff I casted in. Fighting Classic is still not aware that we're playing. Oh, yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna be a is that Dyson? Yeah, it is. Look at, you know, like there was that COVID year where we were basically locked inside casting in a hot room all summer. Like, got a fancy fan so I didn't burn to death every day casting for 16 hours, you know? But yeah, no, it's good. I think just because it the good thing about this is it sits under my desk and it just blows my legs, and because my legs are cool, I feel like the rest of my body cools, you know? So, it's like, at least because my legs are cool, it makes me feel not just cooler. Also, I don't know how that works logically, but like, yeah. I think honestly just a bit of airflow with the PC heat and stuff under the desk is very good as well. So, because I guess if like hot air is made under here with the PCs, then it rises up onto me, no? Like, where else is it going to go? So now it's getting blown, like, off to the side. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels good. What can I say? It works. It works. It works. Sorry, guys. Sorry for the delay. Apparently, Classic and MaxPax did not know what was going on, even though I'd already told them a couple times. That's all good. Let's get this ready to rumble. Can you guys hear the fan, by the way? I feel like I can hear the fan a little bit in the background. It's not usually the case, but I feel like it's like buzzing a little bit. Maybe. You can't? Okay. It's just probably just me. Sometimes, like, I can pick up on a couple of things in my own ears then. Well, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it sounds like it's coming through the mic, but it's actually just the sound from outside the mic, you know? So, yeah. Cool. All right, let's kick off as we get this ready to go into game number 1 of this best of 3 PvP Classic versus MaxPax. MaxPax in the upper right, Classic in the bottom left. Let's get this up and ready to go. Ready to see what is going to be happening in the early stages of this one. So, yeah, bring this about. Getting started. Seeing what is about to happen. Getting the simulator coming around, so we'll take a couple moments to set up there. Get that on the way for a couple moments, bring that around, get that going. So far, so good. You can see our probe is going to go wandering, just going to be seeing the gates in the simulator coming around. And yeah, we have ourselves the fast expansion from Classic here. So he's going to be the fast expander, and he's going to ask MaxPax, what do you want to do about it? Are you going to do something about it? Or are you just going to let this kind of be a thing? That's a very good question. It's going to be an interesting one to see an answer of, in all honesty. Get this up and running. Little probes will knock on each other. I'm just going to continue to cross by for a few moments. I have the probe pulling back, and there's the 2 stalkers on the way from MaxPax. Like I say, kind of curious what he's going to do kind of about this setup and situation in general, because he's definitely in an interesting place, because usually MaxPax is the one we always talk about expanding, and now he's kind of being asked to be the aggressor, unless he just wants to expand in a deficit. But he is going to add the extra gateway on. There's one of the ways in which MaxPax has been kind of the player to kind of mix it up lately. Like, he's actually been happy to kind of do things that in the past I feel like it'd be kind of a big no-no for him. Now it feels like he's much more open to some of these things. Well, he is going to lose the first pylon, and the second pylon going to be under fire as well. His first units are kind of a long way away, so I think the second pylon goes down. We're going to need another probe here to re-establish control of this place on the map already. You can see the gateway depowered. 2 stalkers showing up, but like I said, we are going to need a probe, which is over halfway across the map still, so it's going to take a while to get in here. And we're going to put a few more shots off, back and forth, as the stalker's going to try and step forward. Couple stalkers step back. Surprised it didn't cancel. In a way, yes, but in a way, I guess he still feels like he should, in theory, have enough units to eventually set this up. It's not really working, though. The high ground position is actually working really well here for Classic. Extremely well controlled so far. This has been really, really nice, as that's been... Yeah, the gateway is going to come up and online, but it costs you a few more units to protect it, so I think Classic is very okay with this. He has a sentry now available as well. His additional gates are finishing up. He's going to start building the robo. Funnily enough, MaxPax is going into the Stargate, so he's going to get that Stargate up and running in the next few moments. 2 adepts actually going to be able to shade through into the main, as they are going to commit to that shade. In they go. A couple of these probes going to start taking some damage. Adepts beginning to go down again. Robo facility and battery still coming up as well. Going back the other way again. Robo facility coming through. Pylon on the way. A couple of adepts and that Oracle coming by. We do have 2 more stalkers warping into the natural as well. Just going to be holding out here for a couple of moments. The adept's going to try and shade forward. problem is that you now lost this gateway. Now you're expanding, but obviously you're down by a bunch of workers. It definitely is just all about Classic. Now he's going to have the Prism up, and we'll see what he can do on a push if he does try and push. I imagine with the Prism you're going to do something. Is it going to be a straight up push or something a little bit more cutesy, like just a few units dropping or so? Orca flies into this main base. Is going to be undefended initially, so that is going to be some work for now. Those probes continue over. Just gonna see the Stalkers then not coming, so it is going to be that kind of big old push that we got going on at the moment, getting that on the way. Stalkers, Sentry, and company gathering about here. Just going to have ourselves that Twilight Council still building on the side of MaxPax. A few Stalkers starting to fight. A couple of force fields coming down. You've seen this group of probes having to pull into this. The numbers are too big from Classic, and MaxPax is not going to be able to make this work. Classic with a really good defense. There was some really good micro mix in there that was very important. I think is going to be all that was necessary. As GG gets called by MaxPax, and Classic takes the game 1 opening map on this best of 3. Game 2 in a couple moments. Classic taking the 1-0 lead, getting off to a strong start here on this WardiTV Mondays 88 semi-finals. Again, hello and welcome everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Again, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you all hanging out with us today. Just a quick mention, of course, that this is a WardiTV event. WardiTV Mondays every single Monday is powered by you guys, as well as our sponsors, OSC, Winter, and Loco. But you guys are a big part of the reason why I'm able to put money into this every single week and why we're able to do the other WardiTV events as well. It's been a busy month for WardiTV events with our Spring Championship $5,000 going on. Obviously, we're giving out $1,600 to $2,000 a month on the Mondays as well. So if you're enjoying the StarCraft 2 and you want to see more of it keep on happening, do consider supporting the channel. You can use bits like Fuse just did in the chat. Thank you so much for the 120. Excuse me. But just so many ways you can support. One of the main ways is the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything pledged on Patreon goes directly into StarCraft 2 tournament prize pool. Fantastic way to support, fantastic way to make sure that these players keep on getting paid to play StarCraft 2 on a nice regular basis. So check that out. But obviously, as per usual, you can subscribe, you can use those Prime subs. Even if you can't afford to support monetarily, watching helps a lot. Watching the ads is amazing. The sponsors, when we do them, amazing as well. We had great response to the sponsorship yesterday. And obviously, like and subscribe on the YouTube, follow the Twitch channel. All these things go into helping in the long run. Like I say, especially we're trying to push that YouTube subscriber count. We are on the road to 50,000 YouTube subs. We are coming up to just being about 1,000 away. So if you want to help push us over to 50k, head on to the YouTube channel, hit that sub button as well. As your what's up, Captain here. Thank you for the 75-month resub amongst the sellout. I appreciate you. And it's Classic sits up 1-0 in the semi-final PvP. Enjoying the streams, Wardy? Back into S2 after 4 years. I'm glad you're still going. Hell yeah, I love to hear that. StarCraft is such a revisitable game, you know. It's something I think a lot of people who enjoyed StarCraft 1s almost always have at some point an urge to come back, at least a little bit, even just to kind of watch a game or two and see what's going on, you know. Crazy business. Thank you so much, and glad you're enjoying. Thanks for dropping by today and hanging out, watching some games as we have game number 2 of this best of 3 kicking off again. It will be Clem versus Kua coming up after this PvP, guys. Into the finals after that. So another best of 3 and a best of 5 still to go when this best of 3 concludes. That is your WardiTV Monday Cup action today as we get this on the way. Getting the Cybercore coming about. Just going to see the Cybercore from MaxPax, so he's not going to go double gateway here. He's going to go single gate, and maybe the one looking for a faster expand. Typically likes to do this with a Stargate, so looking for that initially. probe going about here. Just going to be obviously keeping an eye on things. There is the Stargate from MaxBuck, so he will Stargate before expanding. Probe coming over. Again, Stargate and the Nexus coming about initially. Stalker's building for the start. Couple of Stalkers heading to the middle of the map. 2 more Stalkers building through for a couple of moments. We're seeing that Oracle is going to be continuing to produce. A couple of Stalkers hanging around, the other Stalkers coming over as well. We have the probe still being nibbled at. Obviously, we've got the gateway coming up, the robo coming up, the Void Ray defense getting ready for max backs. It will be necessary here. Couple Stalkers still moving around again. That Void Ray finishing. Sentry and the Stalker still warping by for a couple seconds. Prism is coming up on the robo facility. And again, that Void Ray starting to build as well. Oracle continuing to come through. And yeah, Void Ray Corona Boost on the Stargate. A couple of Stalkers still pushing forward. A couple of those Stalkers continue to take some damage for the moment. Stalker's Sentry going to poke. Next is taking a few more hits. Damage being done. Again, the Void Ray is going to be there. The Stalker stepping through again. Void taking a bit more damage. Oracle will activate onto a few of these probes. 4 workers, 5 workers starting to go down. The Stalkers get underneath. The Void Ray very nearly going down. Should go down now. Still not quite. Oh, that's not good for Classic. If you don't get rid of the Void Ray, it's going to be really tough. You've given up a lot of Stalkers already, and it looks as though MaxBuck is going to be the defensive player to succeed this time around. This has been a PvP series all about that defense. Classic defending game 1. Now MaxBuck's defending game 2 to take us to a game 3, it would seem. Still going to step up. A couple of those Stalkers taking damage. Get underneath. That Void Ray falls. Another couple of Stalkers fighting back. The Void Ray coming through as well. I mean, Classic still has a decent number of Stalkers here, but it's not really going to be not really going to be too much you can do, I don't think, as Classic, because to me at this point you really just don't have the numbers. I mean, this is nice, right? So a few Stalkers in the main are going to give you an opening, perhaps. You force a response, you force some reaction. The battery in the main base is really nice as well. It means, oh, we actually have to recall that Prism, because obviously it's backed in by the Void Ray. So we recall the Prism, that means it has to fly back across the map. I liked it, but obviously it would be much nicer if we were able to do a little bit more with it. That doesn't happen now. We have these Stalkers and Sentry right there, ready to keep on pushing. Void Ray and the Warp Gate still coming up. Pylons are producing through. Another Stalker warping in on the side of Classic. A couple of Stalkers still patrolling back and forth for the moment. Void Ray and the Warp Gate all coming into places. We just have our units going to start pushing forward again. A couple of hits coming through. Force Field's going to trap a couple of these Stalkers in already. 2 of those going down right off the bat. And again, the Voids pull a little further back again. Still got that Stalker still producing through for a second. Just going to be seeing the Voids trying to fight those Stalkers. There's the cannon. Going to get jumped on. Going to take that down. The Void's now activating. Go back and forth once more here. Just going to see a couple of probes being picked off so far. Classic actually still has the army supply lead. I'm not going to lie, I really felt like this was so open for Classic. He actually has a moment now where the Void's on Prismatic Alignment cooldown, so this could be really an opportunity for him to do a lot of work. Let's see what Classic can get done. Just going to be seeing the Stalker. The Stalker count's so high, if you get underneath the voids and get a proper volley off, it's going to be huge. And probably one shot, I would imagine, but obviously getting all the Stalkers in reach of the same Void Ray is tough. The batteries are draining out of energy. These Stalkers are doing a lot of work. Is it enough? Here come the Void Rays again, stepping forward. We're going to step in. We do not get a kill on that Void Ray just yet. We step back once more. Classic still up by a handful of army supply here currently. Killing a good amount of probes, keeping the work count very even. The Void Ray is fighting again this time. Classic takes a second before stepping back. On the other side, it's the Oracle that gets pushed away by a couple of Stalkers that Classic has on that side. So is able to push that back. Stalkers, I mean, prismatic alignment should be available again on these Void Rays, no, and I think that's going to be a big issue for Classic as the army supplies have evened out once more. Void Ray finishing soon. The few Stalkers stepping forward. Battery coming up. Void Rays pop that prismatic. We don't get a kill still. The Stalker count still not being able to one-shot a Void Ray throughout this. It's kind of incredible. Void's going to activate. Just going to see those Stalkers still pushing through. I mean, this is it from Classic. He decides this is the do or die moment, but it's not going to get there. MaxPax will make the defense work in the end. Like I said, I felt like Classic was not going to make it. And then he actually had a bit of a better looking moment or two. Made this look a whole lot better for a little bit. It's going to be GG's. All right. We're going to be heading into game 3 of this in just a couple moments. And it is going to be one final map of Classic and MaxPax before we head into a Q versus Clem TVP semi-final as well. Alright, just waiting for, oh, we have to regame, so give us a second, guys. Looks like it might be the wrong map. Take a moment to get everyone out of this one and into the new one. Nope, same map. I think wrong server. Enough shield batteries to power Tesla. The amount of batteries you can build sometimes is a bit silly, no? It's a little crazy. It's a little bit crazy. Why didn't he work on the expansion? I think you need to prioritize units because the problem is like killing the expansion is fun, but it's not like actually game ending because you don't have an expand yourself. And it's not like you're playing a scenario where you can then just start containing your opponent while you expand. And the problem is if you try to expand, you don't keep up the pressure and you just die to a counterattack. So killing the expansion is not really your goal. Your goal is to kill enough army that you basically win the game while he tries to defend that expansion. Now, if he gives up the low ground and walks up into the main base and you get the expansion for free, then you can start containing him in the main base and it's a different scenario. With so many batteries invested on the low ground, MaxPax is looking to hold that low ground or die, trying. And so for Classic, your only goal is to break the units down in that scenario so you have enough to break through the unit count, then the base, and then obviously just basically game from there, so... MaxPax one of the very best of that Stargate defense. Probe gonna chase another probe for a couple of moments. So of course coming through, the Nexus coming about. Just gonna be having our probe continue to produce by for a couple of moments, getting that on the way for a moment or two. So that will be finishing shortly. Again, a couple of adepts coming about. Just going to see the probe nibbling at the probe. 2 adepts on the way. Again, set up there initially. That's going to finish from Classic, so if anyone's going to be the defender of this game, Classic will be it. And being defender has been the best place to be in this series so far. There's going to be the Stargate coming in from MaxPack, so just getting that on the go. The robot facility building from Classic, so he's going to find himself this forward gateway, and he's going to deny it again. So Classic shutting down the gateway. Obviously, this time we're going to have that Stargate coming through, so we'll see what happens with that. Robo's gathering. Robo facility is about to finish. The few stalks are going to start hitting the adepts. Just going to be seeing the sentry and the warp gate coming about. A couple of the adepts taking some damage. Robo facility about to complete. Sentry, warp gate all coming into place. Just going to see one adept getting grabbed, and the Nexus coming up at the moment as well. Purple Stalker's just going to get straight after the adept there. Is going to take that down. Mortal and the warp gate still building through. Just going to see that Nexus halfway done from max packs. Again, probe, Oracle continue to produce. Is Phoenix PvP still a thing? It can be. It's more reliable to get away from Phoenix versus Phoenix nowadays, so you don't see it happening quite as much. And especially with the way that the build's set up, it just doesn't kind of lead into Phoenix versus Phoenix as much, because a lot of people nowadays feel opening Stargate is just less common in general. Unless you kind of open like a Stargate to expand with, but like you don't necessarily have to do that to expand either. So just, it's very rare to actually see Stargate and Stargate just come up against each other naturally. Especially in a way that then both players kind of end up going Phoenix versus Phoenix. So yeah, it's the current meta of PvP just kind of steers away from that Phoenix on Phoenix setup, which obviously was always a big part of PvP, and still is when it comes around. You know, there are scenarios where you can't do anything but build Phoenix against the Phoenix, right? But these Oracles decided to keep committing, by the way. We got 4 workers, but we lost one of the Oracles as it ran out of energy, ran out of shields, and the Stalks were able to grab it. Ooh, Void Ray from Max back at home. But he's actually building another Void Ray, so he's getting a lot of Void Ray-based defense going. The Prism obviously for now fine. I mean, I guess the Void Rays make sense, because apparently Classic is going to come across the map and try and put some damage on. I mean, Classic should be in the lead here, because MaxPax was setting up initially, expanded later, and now we'll see if we can actually punch through for anything. What I don't love for MaxPax is that these Zealots obviously don't have charge. They're going to be very limited in what they can do here, because you can just kite back and deal with the Zealots. Yeah, force field them from running away and just drain that battery of energy. This one Void Ray is not providing the defense or damage output it needs to right now. There's going to be a second Void, so that's nice, but it's anywhere near enough. Like I say, your kind of ground units are not going to be that useful in this scenario. The Prism can micro as well as Classic to give you even better trades here. And the moment that prismatic alignment disappears, it's going to be massive, as we are going to be seeing workers going down for Classic. Max Packs doing some good damage still. Nice force field on this ramp, going to trap those units in. A few probes have to be pulled into this to try and help the defense. A couple more Zealots warping in. We're halfway to charge. Once charge is done, these Zealots are so much better, but until then, it's just going to be very, very lackluster from these Zealots. And again, you can see them just getting shot down as they get kited away from. And that is going to be pretty much the forever issue over the course of this. Again, a couple of units coming about. That's all going down. Charge still coming up. We have our Stalker still trying to press forward for a few moments. The Void Ray is still activating, getting after a Sentry. is doing. Taking a little bit more damage here. In this case, obviously knocking the Nexus down is a lot better because you actually do have an expansion behind this yourself. So unlike the last game where I'm saying maybe the Nexus doesn't really provide much value if you get it, in this case, getting the Nexus does give you a big advantage. This Oracle is back. How many times are we going to have this Oracle fly in? This Oracle itself is a big part of the reason why we're seeing so much success from MaxPax, just because he's actually slowing the economy of Classic down so heavily. The one thing I don't love from MaxPax long-term is that he is building Void Rays, which are great defensively right now, but long-term maybe don't scale as well into the later stage of the game. Zealot's actually having charges nice, but there's still just not a lot of them because Classic has traded throughout this. Supplies are very even. 2 more gates coming up. MaxPax still under pressure as Classic continues to build Stalkers. I think I'd like to see Classic just slow it down and maybe just get a Twilight Council or so. Void's going to get there. A couple of Stalkers being grabbed. We are going to have ourselves the couple extra Zealots going down again. This Oracle's going to loop about. I think the Void Ray is now going to show maybe their strength a little. Prismatic obviously slows them. Another sentry on the ground. That ground force is just not doing enough for MaxPax, consistently getting picked off by those Stalkers. He's about to be on like a 4 Void Ray setup though. And again, just the Prism Micro obviously helps you to save a lot of these units. Loses 1 Stalker here, but generally would have lost a lot more if it wasn't for the Prism Micro. Here's the only issue that Classic has, is that retreating allows the Zealots to actually catch up a little bit. We turn around, we kill one of the Void Rays, however, now we lose the Prism. Now this Immortal is going to go down guaranteed. And Classic, is he actually in some trouble as MaxPax goes back the other way across this side of the map. Man, we are honestly not far from actually just having enough Stalkers to kind of, I think, turn on this and do well, but the Zealots are being very annoying. Here's the Stalkers now going to step through. The extra Zealots show up from the bottom side as there was a gateway set up there. But as soon as these Voids go down, MaxPax is going to be in such a weak position because now it's just Zealots. And yeah, when they have charge, they can close the distance. Obviously, these Stalkers don't have tech. Blink starts from MaxPax. Classic, this is why I think he needs to slow it down and build like a Twilight or so. Because if he doesn't do anything here, what tech is he really working with? Soon he's going to have non-blink Stalkers against blink Stalkers. And the tech of MaxPax is just really the way, even if other parts of this game are not necessarily running away from Classic. Temple Archives coming through. Assimilator will finish shortly. Blink coming online. Stalker Zealot Obs moving up as well. A couple more Zealots taking a couple more hits. Stalker's going to fight. Void Ray will take some damage. Extra Zealots and Stalkers coming around. It's going to come pushing across here. He's going to have that blink halfway done. Zealot's still swinging. I mean, this is where Classic, again, he can just build a lot of units. But again, we are so close to blink being done. This is why I liked it, though, for Classic, just because he did get rid of... Oh, it's a nice stasis. He got rid of the Void, so at least now it's just Zealots. Zealots can still be good. We need to kind of get these Stalkers out of the way to let your own Zealots come into the front and tank a little bit. Hopes in a few more Zealots himself. Again, no blink here, so his Stalkers are so much less effective than you'd ever want them to be. No charge either. Again, lack of a Twilight is telling. Classic has the army supply lead, but he's got to go. If Blink finishes up when we get any amount of Stalkers here, the efficiency value of MaxPax's army is just going to raise so much. Classic's kind of playing that. I mean, he denies the probe on the 3rd location, but he's got to go and actually just end this game, I think. Because he's not making any move to still play catch-up. Like, maybe if he feigns pressure here and he actually kind of builds a Twilight at home now, maybe it's still okay. Blink is about to be done. Force field comes down, trying to keep some of the Zealots away, but like I say, Blink Stalkers are going to be an issue at this point. Love the Archon from MaxPax as well. It's another very valuable unit that can do a lot of splash to help you out over the course of this. The few Zealots that Classic has will get shredded by that Archon. The Void Ray is still adding in what it can. It's still a 15 army supply lead here for Classic. He will find a Stalker before it can blink because it wasn't warped in yet. The Archon going to tank a lot of damage, but is it enough? The Void Ray in the sky is going to be the next target here for the Stalkers. We blink back. MaxPax falling back into his own mineral line again. Classic has no option but to keep this going. The Void Ray saved on low HP. The battery runs out of energy as it just keeps that Void alive for a few more moments. Now the Blink Stalkers have to do their job. Now they have to hold and trade efficiently. 12, 13, 14 army supply lead still from Classic. The warping of 3 additional Stalkers is going to be huge for him. Can he get it done? The probes are starting to drop from MaxPax. The economy is going to be falling, but he will get the Prism, but it means he's blinked forward, so now no blink backs to save his army anymore, but the army of Classic is going down as well. He turns onto whatever Stalkers he can find, but he's going to waste shots as Blink is back. And again, Classic can no longer reinforce into this position while MaxPax has more Stalkers arriving. Classic now has a 12-worker lead. He needs these units to do something useful. He's going to recall them, which I actually kind of like. Get back home, reset a little bit. Comes out of that stasis, of course. He had limited economy through this, and then obviously losing the Prism meant he lost warp-ins. Classic still has a 14 army supply lead at the moment. And now he has a worker lead as well. However, I love the Archons out of MaxPax because they are going to be so annoying to chew through. Big tanky units are absolutely going to be an issue. There's just no doubt about it. They are going to be a problem. Army supplies have leveled out, and like I say, the tech is heavily in favor of MaxPax. The lack of workers does not seem to be affecting him. And that kind of makes sense. We're oversaturated, so a lot of these workers' advantage that Classic has, because it's been such a long game, is not going to be that impactful. And now you're being attacked into with Blink Stalkers against no Blink Stalkers of your own. Again, your army kind of sucks in comparison. I mean, having the Immortal is really nice. Force Field here is going to punish MaxPax a little bit. He seems to forget that he actually has Blink. The Oracle shows back up. Oh my goodness, this Oracle has been around so many times in this game. This Oracle has 17 kills, multiple massive stasis wards to its name as well. Okay, well, Classic is going to have the economy kicking in a little bit then. He's up to 51 to 29 army supply. But again, he has to go, right? Like, there's no hanging back here from Classic unless he starts actually adding some tech into this game. And you see 2 more Archons going to be added in from MaxPax. And again, you just got to wonder. I mean, the only thing I like for Classic, considering the Archons, is that he is mostly Stalkers. Archons are a bit better against the Zealots. The Stalkers can kite back against Archons and minimize the splash and the reach of those Archons quite a lot. So in that regard, it's a bit nicer. I love the defensive stasis ward. That's something that Classic has not had to deal with yet, is he's going to throw down his own 3rd base. It's kind of crazy because, again, you very rarely see these scenarios where at this point in the game there's such a difference in the tech available to the players. Usually the guy without tech has already lost the game by this point, but Classic still has enough to maybe make this competitive. He's going to force cancel on the 3rd base. His goal of the game might be changing at this point as well. Because up until now, this was not 2 base versus 2 base. Now he might say, okay, maybe I can make this 3 base versus 2 base for a bit, so I don't have to go attacking straight up and into you. I wonder what he does off charge. It has to be Blink, right? Like, he just has too many Stalkers not to go Blink. But I think actually in an ideal scenario, he actually just has less Stalkers and he actually just starts going into charge Archon or so. And he's got a couple of Immortals to back this up. And there's a lot of Archon starting to be up in this game for MaxPax. I think at this point you kind of have to just go Blink because you have so many Stalkers. I think it becomes a non-question, I suppose. Just because there's so many. Oh, he goes Glaives! Oh my goodness. I don't like that at all, I don't think. I don't like that because there's so many Archons coming up from MaxPax. He's going to be on 6 Archons as Glaive starts. I don't think this is the play at all for Classic. I know that Blink takes a long time. Maybe you still feel like you're very committed, but your army is Stalker focused. Your opponent has an answer to Adepts already up and running, and not just like 1 or 2 Archons, 6 Archons. I don't like the Glaives at all. I mean, maybe you're playing around the Zealots, but then there's not even that many Zealots for MaxPax either. It feels like this is a response that would have, like, if he did this 3-4 minutes ago, I would be like, okay, cool. But just so far beyond the point where that's actually useful, as now MaxPax is going to find Classic out of position as he forces him in a couple of different places. I'm not actually sure if I love this for MaxPax, who is going to get himself very caught in this fight. These Archons are going to get jumped on. I mean, obviously MaxPax has a lot of units over to the left side, so they're just not involved initially. And that makes this very awkward too. We're trying to take advantage with these Blink Stalkers, but it's not working out. MaxPax, this was a badly placed attack. As whoa, stepping forward again, loses 2 more Stalkers. This was a very badly placed attack by MaxPax. A couple of deaths from Classic will go nowhere. He will see the 3rd base on that right side. 3 bases to 3 bases here, 20 army supply difference. Just hate the Glaives so much. Oh, but the DTs are amazing. Did he kill the Oracle? Oracle is still up, but only 1 Oracle in this game is the only detection that exists. So if we can just get a chunk of DTs across the map in different mineral lines, that could just be game ending. After such a chaotic game, MaxPax does not have a robo. He's only just now building a forge 16 minutes into this game. The Blink Stalkers are not allowed to do too much. It's funny, MaxPax built the absolute correct thing against his opponent's army, the Archons en masse. And alas, they're actually being countered by the fact that Classic is not quite... he's not quite building the right counter to his opponent's army. Like, it's kind of funny as... yeah, like, these Archons maybe would have been better some of the gas spent on extra Stalkers, because I think MaxPax didn't realize how long he was going to have a Blink advantage for. And having the Blink advantage with like twice the Stalker count would have been incredible. Now the DTs are going to show up, and there's going to be a massive economy swing. MaxPax has to evacuate the 3rd base. So many probes over here, already 6 going down. And we are going to have ourselves a push in from MaxPax, as Classic is all over the mineral lines. And Classic realistically just has to defend. There is going to be a force field available, perhaps, but we're going to instead choose to go for the Guardian Shield. Classic is running up a very narrow ramp, which is horrible for him, so he is going to have to back away, give this some space. He's out of position. He has to respect that he's out of position here. He's going to lose a bunch of probes because of it so far as well. His third base is actually under some heavy fire. DTs are showing up. There's no observer here. And with no observer, the DTs will do big damage to the army. MaxPax has to turn away. Somehow through all of this, the DTs end up actually doing just as much damage as MaxPax dealt with a few zealots on this third base. So MaxPax actually has an eco lead despite the Dark Templar. I mean, finally we can start up a cannon. MaxPax is coming home and Classic's going across the map. I mean, if we still have a DT or two up, I mean, there is still the Oracle, right? And now there are cannons on the way too. Classic's about to attack into this. I still don't know if he's got enough tech though. Like, this game is so all over the place. As we see our units moving up, a couple High Templar yet to morph into an Archon. Here we go. Like I say, these Adepts are just terrible. They suck so much against the Archons, but can we just chew through the Archons? A couple of hallucinations are actually going to tank a ton of damage. Look how many hits those Archons are tanking. As you do see the Archons in the front go down, and this is maybe where Classic can absolutely just overwhelm, as he is going to make his way through the Archons quickly enough, and Classic is going to get it done in perhaps one of the wildest PvPs we've seen in a hot second. 18 minutes, Classic 2, MaxPax 1, and it is going to go in Classic's favor as he moves to the finals of WardiTV Mondays. 88, denying MaxPax his 6th finals in a row here today. All right, second semi-final will be Clem versus Cure. They've been waiting a hot second for us, so let's not waste time. We're going to jump straight into that, guys. I will have to run ads, but we're going to get quickly into this game. Glaives is so wild, man. Like, this was absolutely the case where I think Glaives was at its absolute worst. Like, I know Glaives is really strong, but, like, there were, like, 6 Archons. The problem is those Archons died before he actually even had the Adepts kind of come through, so crazy business. And we get ready for our second semi-final. Clem versus Q coming up in a couple of moments. Thanks for streaming this. No worries. Thank you so much for watching it. We are here every Monday with the WardiTV Mondays, of course. As we get ready to rumble. What's up, Randos? Thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Pew pew. Thank you very much indeed. As yeah, we got Clem and Q ready. They're in the lobby, but they've been in the lobby for a little while, so they might be AFK for a couple seconds or so. Man, that was a hell of a game of PvP. Hell of a game of PvP. Classic makes the finals for the first time since he defeated MaxPax back in Weekly 83. Four of Classic's wins in the WardiTV Monday history came in the last 12 editions of this series. He only has 9 wins total, so he's definitely heated up a little bit. And as Ready and Go gets called, Clem readies up. Well, let's let them know that we're ready on our side, and we can kick this off into the second semi-final. Get this underway. All right, let's get into 10,000 feet. Start this off. In the top left-hand side, we'll be starting with the player who plays Protoss against Terran. It is going to be in the red. Team Liquid's Clem in this Team Liquid team kill in the semi-finals. Winner moves on to play Classic in what will be a TVP. Both these players will play Terran if they go to the finals against Classic, unless Clem pulls a fast one on us. Clem's opponent is teammate, also from Team Liquid, Cure, in the bottom right of 10,000 feet. Alrighty, game 1, PvT time. Clem has been shakier in his PvT lately. Q, one of the players who you really would expect to have won a WardiTV Monday. And alas, he has been in 6 finals and is yet to claim a victory. So could today be Q's day? Definitely a big question mark. Get ready to rumble. Just going to have the SCV going after the probe, turning around for a second. Reaper, orbital coming through, Cybercore in the Nexus building. And take a few moments. We have a couple SCVs going to turn onto the probe for a second, put some damage out, get some work done. Cybercore, Nexus building through, piling the stimulator coming up. We take a couple of moments there, get that on the way in. Bring this all around, get that started. Let's power through for a little bit. Alright, stalking the warp gate coming about, that Nexus building by. Yeah, we're going to have this Reaper heading to the upper left as the Nexus takes a couple of nibbles from it. Hops to the high ground again, concussive shells, the Marauder opening. Something we've seen Clem been doing a lot. Q's going to do it as well here. Like I say, these Marauders seem to be quite the popular usage thing to use at the moment. So you can see our Reaper hops up, Adept is going to be right there. Reaper takes a few more shots of damage and is just about able to slide over to the sides for a little while. Adept gets there, Reaper picked off. Just going to see our concussive shells is going to be finishing in a moment or two. And again, orbital command center, and the rest of this ready to make some moves. The two Marauders already stepping out the front of the natural expansion. Away we go, up through to the top side of the map. Blink, warp gate, gateway and some probes. Continue to produce just for the moment. We'll continue to get that on the way. Again, Adept is going to go back and forth there for a few moments. We get that all set up. Bring that around. And yeah, we have Stim already building up from Q, extra barracks on the way through. This is being kind of the go-to for the Marauders. You get the Marauders, you kind of build them into this kind of aggressive little pushing setup initially with the concussive shells and so on. And then you kind of turn this into like a nice fast Stim and extra barracks. You have a lot of bio to work with, and it's very difficult to be aggressive into this barracks-based setup with like Stalkers because you're very Marauder heavy already, and that's obviously like a pretty big positive very early on. So, just seeing the Stim continue to produce, about halfway done at the moment. SCVs in the factory coming around just for now. That Stim pack is going to be done very soon. Just going to have our combat shield still starting up. Engineering bay in the factory coming online. Yeah, the bunker is about to finish as well on the next few moments from Q is just preparing some defense, but Clem is up into a third base as his blink finishes up. I don't think he's going to be that aggressive. When he has 3 Stalkers on the map, his third and fourth gate only just finishing fairly soon. He's building an Immortal to help him just in case the Stim army shows up and is going to be quite powerful, especially when you know your opponent's going to be quite Marauder heavy from the early game. The Immortal being able to chunk through those Marauders is going to be really valuable. So that's going to be something that's absolutely worth, I think, investing into here. If you feel like your opponent's coming. Now, Clem doesn't see any move out, so he's going to cancel the Immortal and put the money elsewhere. He's actually going to go double Forge. Upgrades are going to be a pretty big deal. If you can get to double Forge upgrades, it's always very powerful. Now, obviously the issue is if Q gets very aggressive early, investing into double upgrades is not necessarily going to kick in time to save you. So that's genuinely looking like potentially quite a problem as well. And do you have that Observer still stepping about? Forward to command, going to move to the center, factory into the main. Getting combat shield, +1 attack upgrade coming through, the 1-1 on the side of Clem, the charge upgrade coming about also. Stalker's going to show up, and Clem just gets in for a few SCVs, so just as Q has a few units moving out, we're actually going to get in for a few SCVs and a Marauder. However, as we blink down, those Stalkers are dead, so this is not going to be free damage from Clem. He loses everything on the offense. 7 workers is very decent, though, so actually is able to get quite a lot done. So it's the Lost Wave, it's a little bit inefficient, but stuff in SCVs is definitely nice. I mean, just slows the Terran down a significant amount, slows them into the mid game most importantly, and you get a Marauder, and Marauders again are pretty scary when you're playing primarily Stalker army, although we're very close to charge at this stage as well. It's going to be a lot of bio considering those two medevacs are full and will unload ahead of this fight as well. It's a big stim onto this base. Pylon's going to be in immediate trouble to stop the warp in straight into the fight. Now the probes and some issues. The Zealots do get there. They're going to start being the answer to this, but kind of do with a few extra Stalkers. Lose ones that went down across the map kind of leaves you in a bit of trouble because, yeah, if you had those extra Stalkers, start to actually get some damage done beyond these Zealots. But, yeah, otherwise kind of struggling a little as we do see the medevacs coming back over, doing a little bit more healing, bio getting healed back up. Again, Marine, Marauder, Viking continue to come through. The attack upgrade, the engineering base still building as well. Fire Force coming about. Just going to see this Nexus getting jumped on. The Zealots are going to go charging forward. Guardian Shield pops onto the Colossus. Couple of Marines getting grabbed. Two Widowmines are stepping through. The Zealots are going to try and come back the other way. Widowmines will unburrow and relocate a little bit. One more Widowmine pushing up. The Zealots are going to come charging by. Bam, bam for a couple of these Zealots already. And again, extended thermal lance still building through. Colossus on the way as well. We've got an armory, Widowmines, Marines, and Marauders all producing that Colossus on the robo facility is going to pop in a moment. Army on the right side still trying to decide what we want to do next. Looking for another chance to dive into this position. +2 attack, +2 armor, whole building. Just going to see that extended thermal lance coming about also. Just going to see the Zealots and the Colossus going to get there. Stalkers and the Sentries coming through. The Zealots are still going to try and dive forward. Widowmine's going to get blasted onto a couple of those Zealots. I mean, this is not going to go very far, but we still trade with a few units and kill off a couple of mines that fired, so I don't think Clem is going to be overly upset against just a small group of Zealots. As he comes across the map with the two Colossus, it's always that dangerous playoff. It's really nice to kind of put the pressure on the Terran, even if you don't have a lot. But if you misjudge it and you do get jumped on, those Colossus are unprotected, I mean, it's just disastrous at that stage, right? Like, it becomes really bad really quickly, so... Widowmine's firing, a few more probes going down. Just gonna see the Zealots are stepping over as well. Medevac is escaping away. A couple of Zealots again turning around and doing a little bit extra for a few more moments. Well, again, +1 armor, +2 attack coming up. Vikings, Marine, Marauder continue to come by. Just gonna see the upgrades being done. Obviously, remember those double upgrades we mentioned? They're now kicking in, so a full set of upgrade lead is gonna mean these fights are very good for Clem. Scan for an observer. Clem's coming in from the left side, so Q just has no idea. Has a lot of Depot SimCity in here that's gonna choke up a few units. I'm going to try and lead with the Stalkers and the Colossus and let the Zealots kind of stay out of reach, because otherwise they're going to derp onto those depots. This is going to make it very difficult for Clem to really fight into this. I don't love him fighting into it for this exact reason. He's going to start going after Vikings now, but that feels kind of late. We already lost one Colossus before he shot a single Viking down, and the Zealots being filtered through the depots makes this look not so great. He still kills all the Vikings before he loses Colossus 3. Shows just how important targeting Vikings is. How many times do you see it where it's like, oh, the Protoss is not hitting the Vikings, and then all the Colossus go down? Even though Clem kind of started working on the Vikings kind of late, he still managed to get this down and to save a Colossus here. And obviously that forces your opponent right back into Viking production as well, so there's a big benefit to doing this, because reinforcing the Viking production is obviously money that then has to be spent, and that's a big deal too. As Clem, I still didn't love the rest of that fight. I kind of feel like the Zealots filtered through. I feel like he was just so desperate almost to fight. Like, he really believed in his upgrade lead. And I get that, but I just don't think this was the moment to actually have that much belief in the upgrade lead, I suppose. And as the Viking pulls back, a couple of Stalkers trying to step forward. Gonna get rid of a Liberator, at least. Obviously, Libs become a big issue. Stalkers, Zealots, Colossus together, pushing that Bio Army back, going back the other way. Gonna see the Prism in the main base. Clem just gonna try and be annoying. He's been pretty on top of his defense so far. Pulling back around, Liberator gets set up. We're just going to see the Prism and the 3-3 upgrade still continuing through. And a couple of Ghosts and the Vikings continue to get built as well. Continue to get that going. Colossus is still firing from afar. Just going to be seeing the Bioforce is going to be there. And Clem still being the one to just try and put himself in position, try and make something happen. Just seeing the 3-2 upgrades continue to come about. A couple extra Vikings and Medevac still building. Kira trying to keep himself in position here. CK taking that 4th base is going to be big for Kira as well. A definite positive. Full loss is going through, just going to have the Stalkers hitting them down, the ByuN, the Vikings continue to gather around. 14 SCVs is nice. I mean, Clem up in the main base again, doing a little bit more, finding a little bit extra. Pretty big deal. Work is actually really good damage, and now Kira is on a much lower work count than what he was originally, so it's going to be a pretty big factor for sure. I guess we're going to see another refinery coming down into place. Clem's obviously taking the whole map behind us as well, typical Protoss sort of situation. You get that into position, and we just have Zoldstorm Colossus Disruptor ready to move up to this high ground. Disruptor shot going to fire. We actually killed the Prism, getting the warp in off. As Clem obviously going to look to utilize these disruptors effectively over the next few minutes. It's a nice disruptor shot again. More than anything, you're looking to zone. You're looking to give yourself space to back away from these fights if you need to. You're going to lose one Colossus. The Vikings step forward. The Stalkers have been busy on those Vikings. Now the Zells get to come down this round. Disruptor from the top side could have been huge if it was maybe used more aggressively a moment or two sooner. Hasn't quite happened just yet. Still gathering again. Just going to be seeing the Medevac Marine Marauder still coming about. Having this push up this high ground. Looks as though Clem is going to have plenty right here. I think he's going to be able to just shove in and to round this out, to be honest. There's another disruptor shot firing through, hitting the depot. Try and come back in again, but again, you can just see obviously here, because he's taking all that eco damage, he's not necessarily able to stabilize here properly, and again, just Clem manging endlessly behind this all is going to be an issue as well. GG's, Clem takes game number 1 of this BO3 semi-final. He's going to go up the map and is going to be trying to make his way into the finals against Classic today. We'll just run some ads, guys, before game 2 and get this ready to go. Winter Madness going to be game 2 again, Clem. Going to make that finals. Would be his 38th final all-time in the WardiTV Mondays. Classic already guaranteed himself a spot in his 15th ever final. Again, Classic is that kind of... It's funny, we've got MaxVax, Hero, and Clem when you look at the Monday standings. MaxVax, Hero, Clem, 24, 23, 21 wins. No one's close to them. Next closest is Classic at 9 wins. And then there's no one close to Classic. The next person behind that is Solar at 3 wins, ByuN at 2, and then a few people who have won 1. Is really kind of a crazy stat. So, Classic, I'd love to see him get to the double-digit win count today. Classic's win rate in the finals is pretty nutty, actually. 9 wins, 5 losses. So he wins 2 out of the 3 times he's in the final. 66%. That's better than... It's a bit better than everyone else, pretty much. It's about the same as Clem, actually. Clem also has a very good win record in finals of the Mondays. What's up, Hala4? Thank you for the 54-month resub. When is your Eevee going to evolve? They've been sitting in that bookcase for years. The fact that it's not an Espeon or an Umbreon by now is worrying. I mean, I don't know. 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 I don't you know, it's just chilling as an Eevee. It has a case of the Pikachu. It doesn't want to evolve, you know? It's just so happy being an Eevee. Also, it's locked in my room, so it never sees the day or night, so it can't evolve into anything Umbreon or Espeon, and I have no evolution stones, so... And it has no friends, so it can't be itself. It's just, yeah, it's in unevolving situations, I guess. Climb up a map here against Kua in this semi-final. Classic in the finals if Clem can move through this. Rack's coming down, Gateway coming up. Can't settle for a few moments. Next is Gateway all building. Reaper in the orbital coming through. Just gonna drop the Cyber Core back down for a little bit. Cyber Core finished. Nexus is halfway done. Because the shells will be starting to secure. Going to open with those Marauders once more. Gonna head back into the main base. Again, we get those Marauders on the way. Just gonna see the sentry popped out from Clem, so you will be able to hallucinate for some info soon. And might be able to spot the Marauders, get a bit of a heads up that that's happening is obviously potentially a good thing. Stage moving about, just gonna be seeing that Blink is on the way. Cyclone on the way up, couple extra barracks building by. It's gonna be seeing the Robo facility coming up as well. Okay, we continue to build. The Marauders hitting the Stalkers for a couple seconds, getting some damage done. Stalker hitting, Reaper taking some damage. Just gonna see the tank and a couple more Marines still coming through as well. The Hull's back down the low ground, Robo Facility Forge coming about, SCVs, tank and Marines, and the Stim all coming up as well. Reaper dead. And the hallucination will keep Clem very much so aware of what's going on for the most part right now. +1, blink both buildings, Stim packing the +1 and combat shield from Kua. Hallucination, gonna get shut down, Cyclone the Marines together there, gonna take that out already. Dark's still interested in SC2. Yeah, Dark is actively tweeting that he's going to be coming back to StarCraft when he finishes his military service. So expecting to see him return. I'm gonna shoot. Stalker's gonna take some damage again, +1 on the combat shield still coming about here. Having the Bio4 stepping through, Cyclone gonna be there, chasing those Stalkers away for a couple seconds. SCVs have been pulled. Cure is arriving. Clem has decent army supply right now, but it's of course about the quality of army supply. Stalker's wandering in, has to use a blink out. He's about to have +1 attack upgrades. He'll be even upgrades here. In fact, he's going to go with his +1 finish, and he wants to dive on the Zealots from all angles. Clem coming in from every which direction. Knock that other tank down. There's not going to be much left here from Cure. This is a shut down attack as Clem just says no. Hits with the +1 advantage of his own. It was a few seconds from the +1 of Cure finishing. And Clem does indeed make it to the finals against Classic for a TVP best of 5 to determine the WardiTV Mondays edition 88. Coming up in just a few moments' time. So get this ready to rumble, ready to go. Kicking this off in a second. As soon as the players video up and get rolling. Wow, that was just, you see it coming, you shut it down, and you shut it down hard. It's going to be Clem's server advantage here. Central, West, Central, West, Central for maps today. We alternate starting Central and starting Western series each week in the Monday Cups. It is Europeans advantage over Korean week this week. So Clem will get 1 extra server advantage if we go to all 5 maps. As Clem Classic has been actually pretty good for Clem the last couple of times they played. Now, obviously, maybe I didn't catch everything, but I feel like Clem has had a couple of better matchups against Classic in a timing where, you know, there's definitely been times where Classic has not exactly given Clem a lot of reprieve. Yeah, the last 4 meetings, actually all the way back to... Actually, they played basically 4 times within 10 days in April. And Clem went 3-1, 2-0, 3-2, and 2-0. Before that, Classic did go 2-1, 2-0, 2-0, 3-2. And then that is all the way back to January. So it's been pretty... And that was the All-Star Invitational. That's off the back of Clem having lost a lot. So 5-4 in favor of Clem this year against Classic. Only the 10th time they're meeting. I'm kind of surprised by. They play a lot of cups. They play a lot of tournaments. I'm surprised they just don't meet each other more often, honestly. But I guess Clem was actually kind of absent for the first part of this year in the deeper rounds of the Monday Cups. So that's the thing as well. What's up, Derp Festa? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. How you doing? Thank you so much for priming us up and supporting the channel as we get ready for this finals. We'll do a bit of selling out just at the start of the finals, guys. It's the kind of thing we got to do. Keep the streams rolling. Keep the money coming. I'm just going to decide how hard we're going to sell out is all. How hard are we going to hit that sellout button? But yeah, we'll do a little sellout when the game starts up. Then it gets included at the start of the YouTube video, and then people on YouTube can be like, oh, we should hit the subscribe button. Because I'd love to, again, push us up towards 50,000 YouTube subs. We are currently sitting at 48,972. So we are 1,028 subs away on YouTube. 1,028 subs away. Yo, what's up, Fuse? Thank you so much for using some more on-screen celebrations with the bits. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, Clem Classic Best of 5 coming up in a few moments here, guys. Get this up and running. Do. Do. Alright, we'll load in and get this ready to go. Are there any SC2 tournaments with big prize money left? Not that we really know of right now. Mustack, thank you so much for the £8 donation. We got a Home Story Cup coming up, but I mean, in terms of big money, Not really is the honest answer. Is the unfortunate thing right now. It's I mean GSL is still pretty big, like 15k is sizable, but yeah, it's kind of a like 25k. Like my shows the game is going to be 25k as well, right? So yeah, no, it's kind of a rough year for StarCraft. Missing the bigger stuff, becoming a bit more of a community-sized focus game. There's still kind of a lot of money in SC2. It's just in smaller chunks, you know. So yeah. Like I say, there's no shortage of tournaments to play in, and there's quite a lot of bigger events to play in. It's not like in the past where there was like one good online cup a month or something. Like right now, there are so many online cups happening basically non-stop. So yeah. All right, Clem versus Classic finals of the WardiTV Mondays today, guys. Loading in. Alright guys, welcome to the finals of the WardiTV Mondays 88. Appreciate you all hanging out with us and enjoying the games with us thus far. In the top left-hand side of the map, we're going to start the day off with our red Terran player representing Team Liquid. This is going to be Clem. And he takes on, in the bottom right-hand side, the blue Protoss player. We have got ourselves Classic. Classic entering his 15th WardiTV Monday final. Was it his 15th or his 14th? I had the stats in my head and I just forgot them. It's his 15th WardiTV Monday final, while Clem enters his 38th WardiTV Monday final today. Looking to get one back on the board and to catch MaxPax back up in the chase down for the most Monday titles won. It's an ongoing thing. As we get started with a probe across the map early, Classic does not want to be caught off guard by not knowing what Clem is doing early. Classic is our player who just came through MaxPax in the semifinals. Clem came through Cure. Classic also had to come through Hero today, so he's had quite the gauntlet as we enter this finals. And just as we get the finals going and the first couple minutes get set up, guys, I do just want to take a couple moments to do some shout-outs to how you guys can support these tournaments. Of course, this is a WardiTV event, which means it's powered by your guys' support. First of all, if you're watching this on YouTube, whether you're on the live stream right now, if you're catching a VOD upload of this later on, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. It takes half a second to scroll down, at the very least hit the like button. It does so much for the videos. When the likes go up, the viewership goes up, and it helps us out massively. So do check that out. Helps us out a bunch, takes a few seconds. We are trying to hit 50,000 YouTube subs as well, so if you're not subscribed on the YouTube, would greatly appreciate you subscribing. Trying to push towards that 50k by the end of the year. We're just over 1,000 away. Last thing I just want to mention before the game really gets going is, again, the one way that is the best way to monetarily support these tournaments, which is the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything pledged on the WardiTV Patreon goes into tournament prize money and will end up in the pockets of the players. So if you want to support these guys, keeping on playing StarCraft 2 at a high level for you guys on a weekly and sometimes even daily basis when we have a lot of events going on, do consider checking out that WardiTV Patreon. It allows us to keep on pushing out events at a high level. $400 a week for the Monday Cup, thousands of dollars a month going into our 2026 series. Currently, we've got the $5,000 WardiTV Spring Championship going on. All of that building in towards our end-of-year event. So if you enjoy the sounds of all of that, again, that's patreon.com/WardiTV. And of course, any of the usual stuff, subs, etc., yada yada, helps us out as well. Appreciate you guys. And thanks for listening to a little sellout as we get this finals of Mondays 88 up and running. Command Center coming through. A couple of barracks are coming along. The Stimpack building as well. Let's just see a couple of Marauders coming back over in this direction. The Marauders have been, like we said a bit earlier in the stream today, a very popular kind of way of opening lately. Yeah, sorry, Mustak, I thank you so much as well for the £8 donation. Should I tip now or when you sell out? Whenever is absolutely fine. Appreciate the £8. I just remember I didn't actually read what you wrote on your message, so thank you so much. I appreciate you. I just my brain got carried away after seeing it originally. Thank you so much. Alrighty, Stimpack coming up as we get ourselves Clem able to make a grab on the first adept of the game. So one adept down. coming across to the other side. Like I said, these Marauders have been so popular lately, and there is no battery here, which makes this a very awkward defense for Classic, because there's not like a safe place you can fall back to. This is typically going to be a case where you're going to want to try and pull the probes in. We're going to see one Stalker going down. Next Marauder still fighting. One Marauder going down already. Another Stalker going to try and fight. The Marauder still pulling through. Marauder is going to get there, I think. Stalker is going to fall. It's going to see that dropping at the moment, and we're going to lose 2 Marauders, but we killed 2 Stalkers and 2 probes. Oh, sorry, it was 3 Marauders. I mean, resources lost, you can see, is going to favor the Terran player slightly here. I think it's one of those things where it's like the Marauders are going to be good defensively, but then also the Stalkers are good offensively, so you trade out. I don't think anyone is overly upset here. I think it's kind of fine. I think if all those Marauders and Stalkers stay alive, it's still a very similar position. You know, both players are going to have a little bit less when it comes to Classic being aggressive with the Blink, or if Clem wants to be aggressive with the Bio Army when he gets Stim. Either way, both players are going to have less of the things that are kind of being built into and teched into right now, so actually, this is going to be Clem going back on the map. He's done this a couple of times where he's been kind of super aggressive throughout this early game, getting into the additional barracks and using those additional barracks to really keep rallying across to the other side and really keep the pressure up and everything. Gonna find one Stalker here, gonna find another. Blink is not done for a few more seconds. Oh, I was gonna say, I think Clem messed up though. Now he has Stim though, so maybe never mind. Maybe he didn't mess up. Maybe he can still grab these 2 low HP Stalkers. He's gonna get one. He runs for the other. It blinks again. I thought he messed up because obviously Blink came available, and so the Stalkers kind of got away when he was trying to focus the others. Now Force Field's going to have to be used. This is honestly not bad for Clem either. Going to get some probes between the mineral lines, and he is going to find the sentry as well, and he forced the Force Fields to be used anyway, right? But if he didn't get the sentry would have used its energy. This is still pretty nice for Clem. He is going to turn away now, is going to turn back onto the Stalkers for 2 more kills as they blink after chasing the Marauder. The Marauder tries to run to its friends, and they're actually going to see another Stim. Classic, what are we doing? I think he's figuring out how best to say GG right now, because that was the Stalkers guys stood there for a second. We're like, what are we doing? Actually, great question. Can that Stalker blink away? No, it blinks into more units as Clem gets another kill. Resources lost 1,300 to the 2,125. 825 resources different. I'll do the math for you guys. It's free. As you are going to see, this Bio still pressing up. The Stalker's going to get turned away again, back toward the 3rd base. Combat Shield about to finish here. Marine Marauder Medevac still building. And just having ourselves a 3rd Command Center now building up on the side of Clem as well for the moment. Yeah, Classic, I think, had a couple of bad moments there, quite frankly. As we are going to see the Stalkers now blinking up, though. They'll get some more kills, but onto the natural. The Marauders show up to hit the Robo. Well, Immortals kind of like hitting Marauders. We will not have enough firepower here to take them down before this is significant. Can we get this Robo before the next Immortal? No. But then Clem is going to decide it's going to be better to kill the Robo off than anything else. He's going to turn around for the Stalkers, and then he's going to leave. Unfortunately, he's going to turn around into more Stalkers, although he actually decided to go off the left-hand side. Stalkers have Blink, so they can catch. Ideally, as Clem, he forced the Blink, I guess, then you can turn to maybe make a grab or 2. He gets one Stalker that was low. The other unit seemingly making it away just for now. As Marine, Marauder, Medevac mines will continue up and running. The +1 attack upgrade coming about. Again, the Widow mines are still building in. A couple of forges in the Robo facility. The gateway is coming online. The Nexus is coming through as well. Stalkers and the Immortal back over toward the right side. I'm just going to settle here. Medevac's joined up. We are going to see our Command Center morphing into the Orbital. 2 more barracks, 2 more mines, all on the way in. Marine, Marauder, Medevac continue to build. This one attack upgrade coming through as our Stalkers and the Immortal and the Sentries coming back over to the left-hand side. The units of Clem heading down the right side. Bio Mine ready to make a move. Stalker's going to shoot. The Orbital Command going to have to be repaired, but it doesn't mean that Clem's across the map kind of uncontested. First, Widow Mine is beautiful. He has got units on the 3rd base, by the way. This 3rd is just dropping down dead, so base trades. Who do you like the base trade better for? I think Clem, up 26 army supply. Going to be able to deny a lot of the stuff on the way from Classic. Classic's going to try and recall before losing too much. He already lost the 3rd base. He killed the 3rd base of the Terran, although he does have a 4th up to the far right side. The only issue for Clem is obviously in a straight-up fight. Maybe he doesn't have enough units here, where this is everything for Classic. It's only a part of what Clem has. But because Recall just got used, now Clem can bring everything else across the map and regather everything in one place. And in one big straight-up fight, a 30 army supply lead and a +1 upgrade lead seems pretty good to me for the Terran. Let's see how this plays out. Stalkers in the front is not exactly pretty. The Zelds are going to struggle to get through. They don't even have charge. And that is probably going to mean that Clem is going to be the one doing all the charging. forward into this army. Even going to lift a couple of units across the force fields. He stims again. Stalker's still going down. Classic's fighting because he knows he's caught in this fight. If he turns tail and runs, he's just going to get chased and hurt in the process. He doesn't really have the units to run away with. I mean, he can blink back with the Stalkers, but the Immortal will get left trailing behind. So he just tries to take as good a fight as he can, tries to find as much value from this army as possible, but the numbers do not add up. The sentry goes down, the Stalkers are dropping, the probes are pulling in. This game is going to be wrapped up and done. Clem actually denies the probes from setting off the Widow Mine, just in case it helps. It does not really make a difference, and that's going to be GG. Alrighty. Well, Clem opening up with the 1-0 lead here, looking solid to open this series, and is going to be starting this off 1-0. See how it goes into game 2. Obviously took control early. I think that's a big part of him seeing success in this matchup as we get ready for game 2 soon. I think that's why the Marauder openings have been so popular lately. Waiting for game 2 to be hosted here, guys. I'm not sure the maps, did they veto in public? No, they vetoed in private, so I don't know what the map list is exactly, but we are going to go Tourmaline map 2. That's what we just got an invite into. So Tourmaline for map 2 coming up right now. Get this on the way. Get this settled and ready to go. All right, Clem and Classic. This off. Go, 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 go. GLHFs. Dropping into play. And the Tourmaline goes. Let's send it. Let's send it. Again, appreciate you guys all tuning in today. Again, I know a lot of people are off work today. I know a lot of you can't usually watch the Mondays. We do have this level of play happening every single Monday. And if you ever can't watch because of work, the VODs are all fully available on our YouTube channel. Again, that's youtube.com/WardiTV. If you're on Twitch, you can !YT to get over there easily. We live stream everything on YouTube, which means that every single stream is archived. So if you're ever in need of catching up on some StarCraft, check out our YouTube archives, and you'll be able to catch up on anything you maybe missed. We obviously do upload individually to YouTube every day as well. We upload once per day, kind of one of the better series from the Cubs. That's usually 2-ish weeks behind on the upload schedule. So that's usually 2-ish weeks behind. But yeah, generally speaking, as Clem gets an instant scout on this proxy, generally speaking, like I say, if you want to watch anything the same day, we've live streamed on YouTube, so you can just head on straight over there and catch that and watch it. So keep that in mind in case you ever want to watch some WardiTV Mondays in the future. Like I say, usually we have a lot of great games, a lot of great players taking part every single week. Let's do have our SCV returning to the upper right side. The probe is going to pull around and nibble at that SCV for a couple seconds. Just put some damage in for a few moments and some damage dealt for a little bit. As we do see another depot going down into place. So again, we get that on the way. We bring this through. SCV is going to turn. That probe going to be in some trouble. It's going to be having the gateway, the nexus, all continue to come about for a little bit and getting this ready to roll. Alright, Cybercore going to drop down over on the left side here and bring that into place. Just going to see Cybercore, Nexus, Probe, all producing. Reaper and the Orbital Command coming up as well. The two SCVs will chase after the probes for a few moments. Your employer should understand if you need to take time off to watch Clem play. Fair enough, understandable. Yo, Zergberger on the 5 gifted YouTube memberships. Going out to Don Paver 5930, Mega Mr. Eggy, Marsh Rio 619, the Xenomorphs, and Brad 980. Thank you so much, Zergberger, for the 5 gifted memberships on the YouTube. Super appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the YouTube streams. Appreciate it. Hell yeah. Obviously, YouTube membership kind of the same as a Twitch sub. Yeah, we don't see a lot of it on the YouTube, but we see a few, and Zergberger's always out here gifting them YouTube memberships. Appreciate you, man. Thank you very much indeed. As we have ourselves the Stalker, he's going to come down, chasing at that Reaper for a couple of seconds, so bringing this straight over. Just have our Reaper. It's actually going to probably find a probe here. I'm going to say the probe should attack because this Reaper probably dies if they do attack. Oh, gets the shot off. Maybe could have got away because if this Reaper gets to the high ground before the shot goes off, you can maybe try and escape or run until you regen a little bit. It's a little unfortunate. Second Reaper shows up though in Classic. Obviously, the problem is you know, you're playing from out in the middle of the map. So it's just going to be awkward here. And he thought that one Reaper was going to be it. So now a second probe goes down. The Stalker has to pull back over here again. And Clem is obviously playing defensive at home and not really setting up in any sort of troublesome position at this current point in time. Reaper. She's checking out the sides, trying to see what's going on. A couple of Stalkers going to shoot. Reaper taking some damage. Okay, and the Stalker still coming around. A couple of Stalkers gathered together. Factory is going to begin to build up a tech lab here. Bring that about for the moment as well. And Command Center is going to float to the natural, so put that in position. As that CC floats over, I'm just going to be seeing the blink and a couple extra gates coming through. Wouldn't mind Marines and the Hellion are going to join together as well. In the main base, we have the tank that's popping soon, but most importantly, the medevac is going to go across the map. As Clem establishes his low ground command center, and Classic adds 2 more gateways into this game, going to take him up to the 3 in total here on Tourmaline. Trying to get into somewhat of a commanding position, if at all possible. Blink is halfway done, tank pops out, comes over to the side, robo facility still about halfway done, still just building through for a few moments. Medevac has a couple of Wooden Mines inside of it. The Hellion starts to do some damage on the probe on the low ground, not going to let Classic get to an easy third base, which is nice. Not sure that these units are going to do much else, but Blink's not done, so we're able to get away. Obviously, it is nice if we're basically saying no to that third base for as long as possible, though, because without a third, Classic is not running away with the eco of this game or anything. And yeah, at this point, this is obviously a bit of a later third than expected. It's always been a bit of a game where things have been a bit off time. We're not going to clean it up now to give us the chance to move through, though. Let's see, the Stalker's going to fight. Wouldn't mind going to get burrowed up. Let's see that Wouldn't mind turn on the Stalkers, but of course we've got Blink. But blinking away gives the Marines a chance to actually get through some probes. It's going to be 5 kills in total before these Marines are dealt with, so that's going to get cleaned up. Again, Stim and the combat shield coming through. The Marines in the tank settling for a moment or so. Starport lifts off, pulls over to the side. The tank is still there, ready to shoot at those Stalkers for a little longer. My voice gives out, guys. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, and we just have ourselves Stim, combat. A few Marines in the tank still building through extra bits of production coming by. We've got this Robo Bay about to finish on the side of Classic. The additional gates coming through. Charge is about halfway done. The Marines in the tanks are still setting up. Probes are building. Just have ourselves the Stim Pack, Combat Shield, all producing on the side of Clem at the moment. Next is about to finish up on the third base. Group of Stalkers obviously can keep the pressure on the map, at least this charge. Going to be done fairly shortly. Marine Tank Army ready to make a bit of a push forward. The Observer overhead. Just going to get a nice little scan. Obs goes down already. Couple tanks will siege. Again, Stim Pack, Combat Shields coming through. We've got a couple of Marines, Marauder, Tank and a Medevac coming up. Marines are going to step over, looking for those Stalkers the next couple of moments. There's a lot of units, of course, as Clem coming down this map with all of the SCVs included. Going to repair the tank. Keep things healthy, and this is nice because we're leading with the tanks as well, so they're taking some superficial damage. Obviously, on the way across, we are eventually going to be able to take down the gateway that's here and the Cybercore. Did we rebuild a Cybercore already? No? Oh, that's really awkward. I guess we have charge, so we can just build Zealots from here on out, but it makes every single Stalker in existence in this game that much more important. Again, the SCV is just repairing up the tank, so any shots that these Stalkers have landed so far have been pretty ineffective in the grand scheme of things. There's one Medevac still just around as well. Surely it goes down here. That was the moment the Medevac was meant to die, I'm sure. This time it does. As we start to actually siege the tanks as we push further up. Clem, how's this going to look? Stalker's just going to blink in. Tank's still sieging. I think he's doing a great job keeping the Zealots off of the Bio Army and keeping the Colossus busy as well, giving this Bioforce a real chance to survive through that initial wave of damage. I'm just afraid it's not going to be enough. The tanks on siege right now as the Stalkers blink in again. I think second Colossus is going to be a game ender for Clem, because I just don't see him having enough. GG gets called. Classic is going to held off? Is going to have this attack held off. A few words missing from my sentence initially as we get that GG. And that is going to be ourselves a game number 3 with it all tied up in this best of 5 grand final of the Monday Cup today, gears. We'll just slip 2 minutes of ads in to keep the ads out of the games, just in case we got ourselves a long game. We get ourselves ready for game 3 in a couple moments' time. Clem versus Classic on Old Republic. Well, instant start. Bam. Straight in game. Clem not waiting to mess around. Oh, he forgot the game hop mod. Guys, when you can't see the worker kills on the side of the screen, or when I miss stuff because of that, you can shout at Clem. He hosts the lobby. As we get into Old Republic here for game 3 of this series, again, Clem looking to re-tie the lead of the most Monday Cups won with max packs today if he can beat Classic. Classic looking to get into double digits of wins when it comes to Monday Cups. Yeah, in his 15th final, it would be his 10th victory if he was to take this down. And again, a lot of those results coming more recently. Classic definitely had these spurts of success in the WardiTV Mondays, where suddenly he would come in, he wouldn't like, there was a time where he won like 3 over like 5 weeks or something, then he did it again just a few weeks ago. So a lot of his wins keep coming in kind of these short spurts, but of course we know Classic has been one of the very best for at least a year now, if not longer, realistically. So we always knew he was kind of up there to challenge the others. Sometimes a little bit less consistent than the Clem and the Max Packs and the Hero on the weeklies, but we know on any given day he can absolutely stand up there and challenge the guys. Clem lower left, Classic, not just upper right, but also middle of the map again as he throws down a forward gateway here on Old Republic. What is it with the Protoss players bringing the gateways out aggressively against Clem today? Shameless did this with 2 gateways in the quarterfinals. That was a game which Clem kind of got into control pretty heavily and was able to really take control of and shut down. But yeah, these forward gateways looking to apply pressure early. It's kind of funny in a game plan where the Terrans have been trying to take a bit more control early with the Marauder builds. The Protoss players are sort of saying, no, what if we take control by attacking even earlier with a forward gateway? So that's been kind of fun to watch through. As we are just going to see in the Cybercore, the Zealot coming about, Reaper and the Orbital coming through. And yeah, the SCV going to turn onto that probe for a couple seconds just to do a little extra. Was that a throw from Clem? He seemed like he was in a good spot. I don't think it was a throw. I think he chose to be aggressive, and Classic found a defense against that aggression. I mean, what could Clem have done? He could have moved forward more aggressively, ignored the Cybercore. I think a couple of times the tanks... Obviously, Classic found good moments to fight where the tanks were definitely not fully sieged and fully set, as well as Clem would have liked them when the Stalkers come blinking in, for example. So I think it's one of those cases where Clem might have been in an alright spot, but it still comes down to the execution of the push. Is that a throw? No, I think it can also just be Classic playing well in those moments and making some good decisions and some good choices to also win the game himself, you know? It can't be a throw every time you lose a game. Sometimes it does have to be the other guy making good moves too, you know? Like, the throw would have been if he A-clicked those units in and just, like, didn't pay attention, just lets the tanks, never even tries to siege the tanks and stuff, you know? That's when we're in throw territory. I just guess, yeah, because the shells coming up. And Marauder producing. Send in a couple extra barracks, like I say, we've seen this time and time again recently. The Terrans getting into that biocentric style. Marauders try and take control of the game early. This one's interesting because with the Stalk and a couple of Zealots showing up, it's going to be a lot of units to pressure. Clem sees it. He has 2 Marauders, great against the Stalkers, not so hot against the Zealots. Zealots just do a lot of, just take a lot of the damage here. I love this though, the Marauders, oh, what a great grenade as well. The Marauders just target fire the Stalker initially, now the other Stalker's stuck on the ramp. Gonna get caught. The Zealots realize they're not gonna do anything on their own. The Zealots are great with the Stalkers because, like I say, they're super tanky. They can obviously deal good damage if they catch up. If they, you try and step into the Stalkers and the Zealots are there, you can get some swipes off. When the Zealots are on their own, they're gonna get kited for days. They're never gonna do anything, right? So the moment those Stalkers get cleaned up, Clem is basically gonna get the Zealots too. So Classic saves the Zealots with the recall. But that's actually a great defense because that's 2 Stalkers going down. Clem didn't lose a Marauder in that defense. And this is obviously Classic with a gateway in the middle of the map that's probably not going to last forever either. And it's just, I mean, obviously you force the recall too, which is 50 NG early, and a Stalker gets out of the gateway just in time. Those 2 Marauders were getting in position to maybe be annoying there. We're actually going to see this pylon in some trouble. Gateway morphing into the warp gate. The Stalker trying to hit that Marauder. It just peels away. Pylon It's going to go down, though, and the Marauder's still alive. We're going to try and finish the gate off, because you know these pesky Protoss players love to bring the probe back onto the map and repower these things. And if Clem believes he's got enough units to stand here and do this, then absolutely do it. And it's the right call. He does have enough units to stand here and to clean the gateway out. So he shuts that down. Obviously, you kind of know that that's the case as well, because you're playing a scenario where you know your opponent has, you know, lost a gateway. So essentially, even more guaranteed that this is absolutely something that can take place. A couple of Zards, Stalkers still hanging around here. I don't know if I love Clem still being here to attack, just because one of these Marauders is going to die so quickly. Probe's pulse, that's lost mining time. Clem just going to try and trade. There's a Dark Shrine coming up too. Again, these Zealots, this is exactly where these Zealots are annoying, because you kind of got to hit the Zealots sometimes. We're going to find ourselves the Stalker there. Obviously, Stim helping a lot. Now he gets the other Zealot looking for the Stalker, but pulls back against the probes. There's not a lot of damage output here for the Classic outside of the Workers, honestly, but the Marines, actually a really nice addition now. A couple of Marines showing up do a lot against the probes. Going to step forward for one more Stalker. Can we get that Stalker? I think I'd rather we just kill 2 more probes here. I know we don't have the worker kills on the side of the screen, guys, but that's going to be 14 probes lost from Classic in this game overall. Most of them do happen in this situation just now. As I was going to say, we may as well drop a Stim and kill 2 more Stalkers at the very least with these units. Now, the Dark Shrine is up. Dark Templar are building. Clem is Engineering Bayed up, but he does not have turrets. But it does mean he can build turrets, and he looks as though he might just realize this possibility. Starts 1 turret in the natural expansion, so... yeah, he sees no Robotech or no Robo units, and so maybe he just says, okay, well, what could you be building? Maybe DTs? And if it is DTs, it can't be DTs and a Robo, so he's not afraid of the Prism, so just 1 turret on the natural does a lot of work there, as long as he has a couple units in the bunker to actually play the defense against the DTs as well. You know, turret to see the DTs is nice. At the same time, these units across the map are going to do some work, and if he has a scan to stop a defensive Dark Templar, this is probably going to be a... shot through the heart for Classic, who's going to have to get up and resurrect himself into a game 4 of this series, because this is not going to be looking good. DT trying to chase. We drop a scan. Classic says GG. I think his DT's just arrived into the natural. He just saw, yeah, the DT saw turrets, so he knows he's not doing giga damage on the other side. If Clem drops the scan on the, offensive army and he has no scan at home, you can maybe kill 20 SCVs, and then maybe we're talking, right? Maybe there's a way. Because then your next DT comes in, the army gets cleaned up because you can't deal with the DT because you're scanless. Yeah, but Clem has the scan, he has the turret, so he has everything he needs to guarantee it. The DT is the last-ditched effort. Will not get there for Classic as we go into a game 4 in a few moments. Clem back into the lead of this best of 5. GG, well played. Clem coming at you. Man, this faster bio kind of setup that we've been seeing lately has been kind of deadly, right? Like, I think a lot of pros players are trying to struggle with it. It really changes the vibe of the early game a lot. It really changes a lot of what's going on through these early stages and kind of forces you to play a bit of a different game, which I think has been the issue that the pros players are basically coming up against, having to figure out how you play that different game, what you do about it, and so on and so forth. Map 4 coming up. Clem leads 2-1 in this best of 5 final of WardiTV Mondays 88. And thanks for tuning in, guys. We've got 1,300 viewers Twitch, coming up to 400 on the YouTube. Appreciate you guys again. One more ask to you do this. Subscribe on youtube.com/WardiTV. Hit that sub button if you're on the YouTube, or head on over there on the Twitch if you want to just help us out with the numbers. So we head into game number 4. In the top left-hand side, we'll start with the leading player. In the red, it is going to be Clem, our former world champion. Here to try and take down another Monday Cup. His back-to-back World Championship was denied by this man in the bottom right, runner-up of the World Championship last year. Classic, our blue Protoss player. What's up, Idle SCV? How you doing? SC2, my dudes. SC2, my dudes. I like it. Again, hope everyone is having a great holiday weekend. I know a lot of us have holidays today and stuff. Hope you're having a good time with the StarCraft if you are. If you're enjoying the good weather. Thanks for still stopping by from SC2 as the SCV is going to pull across, hit this probe, which is hitting the SCV. Barracks and a couple of gas still coming through. The SCV is building. Gateway assimilator continue to build up. SCV will chase the probe down for a few moments. Find the Inu cam. That's what we have. Oh, intense zoom in action on this SCV probe chase. Is there a UK holiday today? What is it? It's a bank holiday. It's one of those ones where we just have a random Monday off, and it's just a thing that happens. There's a reason for it deep down somewhere, but like, it's just a public holiday. In the modern day, what's important is that we don't have to work on this day. I mean, it doesn't really work for me. It's just called the Spring Bank Holiday. Yeah. It's just one of those random Mondays the Brits take off. Crazy, right? Crazy. I'm hard at work today streaming. I know, but I'm gonna take my day off on Saturday. I'm gonna play a Riftbound tournament on Saturday, so I'm gonna take the day off. Even though we actually have StarCraft lined up on Saturday, I'm actually going to the Netherlands in 2 or 3 weeks to play a tournament for this game. So I want to take a couple of weekends off the next couple of weeks to play some practice tournaments to warm up. If I can win one, I actually get a bye in round 1 of the big tournament, so that would be even better. But yeah, gonna be off Saturday. One Reaper into Marines and the Cyclone home from Clem. Change of pace from those Marauders we've seen so much of. It's the Whit Sunday. 7 weeks since Easter. Yeah. I mean, they just... My favorite part of this is, like, when you know, in the past, when you had, like, your calendar on your phone or something, like, it would tell you what these days are. Now it's just called the Spring Bank Holiday. Which is kind of funny. Because then the other one, we have another one, like, 3 weeks ago was the same thing, and that's just called the May Bank Holiday, or the May Day Bank Holiday. It's like, they've just given up on actually calling it, like, what it is, for some reason. Like, it's just like, whatever, no one cares, it's just a day off. The modern day is leaving behind all of the old reasonings and knowledge. When was the last time you guys saw a hallucinated immortal walking across the map to try and scout? It's funny because, like, it actually is in Clem's interest to clean that immortal up, because you don't want it to just walk in the natural. Because even if you just walk in the natural, you can see if the units are there or not, right? So it gives you a bit of information as classic. So realistically, you kind of want to, you know, actually clean that up as Clem. I'm just going to be seeing Marines, the tank, the Cyclone, and the medevac getting ready to go. As we push forward, this is going to be a battery ready. That's going to be a big deal. Obviously, the siege tank has a lot of work to do here. It's the battery initially. I think we're going to have to target the Stalkers instead. The battery is already pretty drained, so no point targeting that down. We get a lot of these Stalkers, then obviously the Marines can stick around. Energy recharge onto the battery to keep the healing available. 2 more Stalkers warping in. The Mortal barrier got popped, and now we actually get the Cyclone locked onto the Immortal. Good micro from Clem. Stays locked onto that Immortal for a very long time. Stalkers finally clean it up. The Immortal is saved, but only at the cost of a couple Stalkers as well. Chase another Stalker down. What can we do here as Clem? We can lift into the medevac and back away. Problem is, Clem's on 26 SCVs behind this, so his economy is not great. Resources lost is in his favor, but down 15 workers. He needs to kind of do more if he really wants to stay in this. The Observer is going to see that the grouping of units is still happening in the middle of the map, but this is feeling as though Classic is probably peeling away in this Game 4 and maybe looking to push us into the Game 5 of this tournament. Do hallucinated units have different HP? No, they have the same HP as real units, right? But they don't get like armor or anything, I believe. But yeah, they're pretty much just mimics. They take 200% damage. Oh. Why didn't I know that? Is it just something I just decide never to notice? I mean, hallucinations die fast, right? Like, but I also know that they just have full HP. I just never just really stopped to think why they die so quickly. It's funny. Hallucinations take twice that. It's so wild. And it makes so much sense, because when you see a hallucinated Phoenix, it just dies so quickly as well compared to usual and everything. It just... yeah, that's kind of interesting. Have they always, like, all time in StarCraft 2 taken double damage? I guess we've never really changed how hallucinations work, so I guess so. What? I just don't think I've ever stopped to actually stop and think about that. That's crazy. Even in Brood War? Wow. That's actually nuts. Well, there you go, guys. Today, the caster learned something. Ay. Sorry, this game reset a little bit. I'm hyped up on hallucinations. Clem took a great fight as Classic loses 2 real immortals now in this game. He's down double the resources lost, and Clem is still kind of in this with that defense. However, Storm is available and High Templars are in good numbers as we get ready to push through. Don't think I've ever thought about it. It's one of the... Yeah, I don't think I've ever thought about it. I just took it for granted, you know. High Templars, gonna storm those Marines. Clem turns pretty quickly. Second storm is very good, though. Oh, a lot of Marines going down. That's kind of nice when you get the second... Like, Clem turned pretty fast, but the second storm being in reach just to finish off a few Marines is really good. Getting some value before Clem is able to do anything. You're gonna see the High Templar hit the feedback. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna have to be careful here as Clem. That medevac's super low. Decide what you want to do with Portion is... We see now a storm onto the tank. Okay, Clem's in trouble because these Zealots are gonna charge on him. He's not set up at all. He's too far forward for the situation. The Widow Mines aren't even going to really fire on much. And okay, he actually gets a couple good shots off, but the Zealots running into the natural already are going to be the real kind of talking point. Clem has a bunch of units in the top right as well, so he's missing supply in this fight. Tanks do get sieged on the high ground. If there's ever a position to maybe make a defense of this, that might be kind of it. Like I say, he's also stimming into the right side of the map, so he will do some damage himself. Just he's going to have to make up for 19 workers already lost, and his natural command center lifting. No third base landed. A warp into Stalkers is going to shut down one medevac and Marines, and it feels as though Clem is... I mean, army supply-wise, Clem is actually okay, but obviously the warp-ins from Classic being up 30 workers should see him through to the other side of this game and to the other side of this series, and hence into Game 5. So yeah, I think we're going to be okay here. It was it's been kind of a messy game, really. Oh yeah, Clem definitely caught a bit out of position on that one. Definitely didn't help him out at all. Ray Marauder Mine, all building through, getting that on the way. You see the Stalker stepping up, medevac. Very nearly going down, not quite. A couple more of these Marines getting shut down. Just going to see those getting shot at again. Marine Marauder Mine continue to come through as well. Going to see a few units recalling. Just going to go back to this Nexus. Widow Mines are going to fire. A couple of those Zealots going down. This Prism is going to drop some High Templars. I mean, Clem making a play of this in the main. Classic's army is in trouble. You guys might want to cancel that Game 5. Good tickets to it. Get a refund, because Clem's trying his best to make sure it does not happen. We're going to have to lift up in the medevac. Stalkers do get one empty medevac in the end. Clem is down 30 workers still. He has to keep pressuring. He can't let this up for a moment. That storm's going to be big on the medevacs. They are going to go so low. Zealots are showing up. Well, Widow Mines could do a lot here, trying to cancel up this fourth base. Just take some of the economy away. And every warp-in brings Classic closer together in the army supply again. Temple Archives coming up, so we actually do have to rebuild this to get into more High Templar. So we only have one High Templar, one Storm left in the game. That's massive because it gives Clem kind of a chance against these Zealots. Stalkers blink through, like I say, the medevacs are super low, so the Stalkers are going to have a lot of chances to do some very serious damage here. Clem's about to finish his armor upgrade, so he's going to be an armor upgrade ahead. Liberator coming around the right side. The moment that Temple Archives finishes, Clem can obviously, or Classic can obviously warp in a few High Templar again. It's going to be a big deal. A lot of Zealots. Classic obviously having time to be, provide a bunch of warp-ins at this stage is huge. Kind of moving around to the right side, drops a force field that doesn't really do much for him. If anything, chokes the area up. That maybe helps Clem just as much. Classic only lost 4 probes. That Liberator play from Clem as well. The Lib's still alive. He's going to try and be as annoying as possible with it, but like I say, Clem's kind of on a timer. He needs to stop this mining if he wants to realistically have a shot in this game, and to me, he's just not doing enough to stop this army from building up higher and higher and larger and larger. At this point, we can re-warp in some more High Templar. We still have the 2 Mortals and an Archon in the army as well, which is massive. But 3 additional High Templar and more available Storms is just going to be huge. That's going to be massive. Medevac around the right side. +2 attack still coming up. ByuN gets forward. Nexus goes down. Just going to grab this pylon as well. There's the Medevac on the right. We need to kill some probes here, realistically, if we want a good shot at this game. So I think as Clem, can we keep this Widow Mine active long enough? He's going to get the Prism with the High Templar inside. Okay, Prism dropped the High Templar, but at least we forced the Prism to rebuild. It's something. Remember, Clem is still a 2-base Terran player, guys. Again, all of this is being done with the asterisk next to his gate name, which says you are in deep, deep trouble here long term. ByuN regathers. Medevacs and the Viking will join up. Just going to see a little scan coming through. The Observer gets knocked down. +2 attack. Nexus and the pylons will continue to build. CVs, Racks, and Medevacs all build, and the Medevacs will load. Like I say, it's just going to be so tough for Clem to take a fight. Now that there's more High Templars available, I mean, that was pretty decent, no? Storm. He forces 2 Storms, gets a High Templar. Widow Mine goes off into the center of a group of Zealots. Gonna drop the bottom side, finds the 4th base attempt, kills another High Templar with a Widow Mine. Man, Classic is having the toughest of times closing this game out. The army supplies are still similar. Like I say, the economy of Clem has been so bad. He is now on a 3rd CC location, so Classic more than ever before really wants to come attacking in. Storm gonna keep Clem away from his own natural, which is gonna be rough. He's gonna try and run forward with a few units. He is gonna go after that Nexus in the bottom side, but he loses his natural, losing the SCVs here. There's enough units over on this side to deny this Medevac drop for now. He's going to jump into the main base. I'm going to find an Immortal or 2. There's no Storms left, so if there's ever a fight Clem might still win in this game, this might just be it, as, yeah, the Medevacs on the other side are in serious trouble. Clem has to pull back to these mines. He needs every bit of help he can to work through this army. Immortal is a decent target if we can grab it quickly. Clem is still trying to micro in the main base at the same time, but again, he is just bleeding out. He just doesn't have enough. Classic is holding on to this situation. Medevac in the main goes down. Army on Clem's side of the map is slowly falling apart. The Archon gets involved. A few Marines show up, and that might make this a little tougher. The High Templar is just now going to have the Storm to help us here as well. And Clem at 40 supply is going to have to load up into a game 3. A game 5 if he wants to win this series. We're going to go the full distance. Classic ties it 2-2. Full best of 5 here today in WardiTV Mondays 88. I'm gonna throw some ads on, guys, and we're gonna get set up into one final map. And it's gonna be our 5th game. Let's see what it is. Making a full series out of it. Yeah, what a beautiful Monday Cup for a beautiful, like I say, it's a beautiful day. Some beautiful StarCraft. Hell yeah. I mean, honestly, good job by Clem kind of staying in that one so long. He actually made this very viable for him. Like, he gave himself a chance to stay in it. Let's just see what the 5th map is going to be. I'm not sure what map 5 is. Players vetoed in private, so I need them to either host up or to tell us. Oh, sorry, stretching the arms a bit, guys. One more map coming through. Do. 10,000 feet. Cool. I just double checking. Clem has left a series before and thought it was over when he was actually still in it, so I was just double checking. I can't host the game because they know the maps, so. Alright. Readying up. GLHF is called, and we head into 10,000 feet to wrap up today's WardiTV Mondays 88. We're 12 away, 3 months away from the big 100, guys. Keeping the Mondays rolling. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for supporting. Again, one more mention. again to the WardiTV Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything pledged there goes directly into StarCraft 2 tournament prize pools. It's a great way to support. It's a great way to keep these Monday Cups going, as well as the other WardiTV events. So do check that out if you've been enjoying the stream. That is patreon.com/WardiTV. As we head into the top left corner of the map, our red Terran player, representing Team Liquid, of course, is Clem. Can he get his 24th Monday Cup victory, or will we see double digits on the score sheet for Classic as he nails down his 10th Monday Cup win? He's in the bottom right as the blue Protoss here for this one. SCV will turn onto the probe and chase for a little bit. SCV and probe will go back and forth. A little bit of action, nothing too crazy. A few moments. Max and the SCV continue to come through and just have ourselves the SCV chasing that probe for a few more moments. So far so good. Getting that on the way. Just initially. Will we go back to some Marauders? Will we be seeing another kind of Marine Cyclone kind of opening here? Then drop that command center down. Again, the orbital coming up. Clem in the main base. Low ground CC. Feels confident to defend that, as he should in this case. And Clem is going to be finishing. The next is about halfway. Probe adept in the warp gate, still building. Again, the SCV trying to get back to the natural, get that bunker settled for a few more moments. CV. Chip through the command center, keep building that up. The bunker coming in. Clem playing with no Reaper, so no scouring, and that takes away a lot of the initial kind of interaction on the map. It's not able to really do much there as the starport drops down the main base as well. Twilight Council still building through. The Nexus coming up. Stalker in the warp gate and the couple probes. Keep on building for a little while longer here as you just see the Adept and Trenchade to that high ground. Couple Marines still building through. Again, the CC is setting up. The orbital command and the starport coming in as well. How do you join this tournament? If you have a look at the bracket link, which is pinned in the YouTube chat, I think it pins at the bottom of the chat now. If it's not at the bottom, it's at the top. But basically, that's the bracket link. Obviously, this week it's shut. But if you change the number on that from 88 to 89, that will be next week's bracket for signing up. So if you want to sign up for next week, you're more than welcome to. It is an open cup. Everyone is allowed to play. You're allowed to come and get your face beaten in by the pro players. That is absolutely something you can do if you do fancy it. So, yeah, like I say, just take the current bracket link and change it from 88 to 89. And then, like I said, it's open sign up. Open sign up right until the moment the tournament starts. So, you can sign up last second if you want to as well. And you also have to check in. So, if you sign up now, don't feel like you have to show up. If you don't show up and if you don't check in within the hour before it starts, then you won't be included anyway. So, yeah. So, get involved. Playing StarCraft's fun. Getting beat up by pros could be fun too. Make them work for their money, you know? Make them work for the money they're going to get by going deeper. Medevac coming down. It's going to be seeing the Raven coming about. Marines in the siege tank coming up. Put in mind burrows, probes pulling away. Trying to target them a little bit here and there. Put in mind unburrows, reburrows. Just going to see that Raven coming up as well. Tanking the Marines. The SCV is coming over. Just going to knock the Widowmine down. The Medevac boosts out. Through the bottom side for a couple moments. Starport will move back across for a couple of seconds. Stalker's going to be taking that medevac down. Let's get that bunker. Going to come into place again. Marines and the tank still coming through. The Viking coming up as well. Heading that CC on into place. Let's get the Viking is going to be there. Hitting that prism. A few Marines will gather up. Just going to give a charge. The Nexus. A couple of probes still coming through. The Marines there to keep the Stalkers at bay for a little while. Just going to be seeing the tank and the Marines still joining together. So again, bringing that about for a couple of moments. Again, everything coming through. Gonna see Stimpack Combat Shield coming through. The Adept is gonna shade up through into the natural. Again, Gates, the Forge, and the Robo Bay coming about. The Prism poised to try and attack on in here. Again, Clem working his way towards those bio upgrades. Stim Combat Shield on the way. The Raven trying to find some ways to get some damage done, but the Stalker deflection's been good so far. Now, Raven already half HP, so need to be careful about it, as the Stalker's on the high ground actually going to be well covered by the siege tanks. That's solid positioning from Clem. Covers that little corner of your base that reaches down to that low ground natural, so that tank positioning just naturally defends there. No worries on that. Clem suffering from map control of that medevac knockdown, and otherwise this group of Stalkers just going to come through. A couple of SCVs being picked off. Marines are trying to step forward. The Prism is going to fall a bit further back as well. Don't do too much else just yet. Is there a way to download these replays? We have replay packs available, but only to paying members on the Patreon, or YouTube members or Twitch subs can get access via the Discord as well to replay packs. So we have to money lock them, otherwise it's not fair on the players, given their replays out for nothing. We have to try and make something out of it at least. It's obviously not much. YouTube memberships are pretty cheap, but yeah, it does require that. There are a lot of other replays that are out there you could probably find if you are not wanting to purchase WardiTV replays. Yeah. It's going to have a rock to the middle of the map going to go down. Stalkers and the Colossus will come through. A group of Zealots are going to warp in. 8 additional Zealots there initially. Stalkers and the Zealot coming about. Just going to be seeing the group of units coming over. Again, Concussive Shell's about to be done. The attack upgrade coming up. Going to be powering Clem fully into this bio army sooner rather than later here. +2 attack, +1 armor coming through. The Thermal Lance is about to finish. Prism is going to make a bit of a play toward the natural, toward this main base. Trying to see what we can do. The few Marines gather for the moment. Still settling this down. +2 attack, and the armor upgrade coming up as well. Again, Colossus, Temple Archives, the additional probes all building. Attack upgrade, that +1 on the engineering base about to finish up. Colossus still building on the robo facility for the moment. Temple Archives will be done soon then. Ghost Academy and Armory, missile turrets on the way, Starport producing. Seven base setup from Classic. Classic doing the Protoss thing. Expand a lot and get set up here. Army gathers. Just going to be seeing the Ghosts of the Libs continue to come through. +2, +1 coming about. The ship weapons is coming up as well. Clem obviously very happy to just sit on these bases right now with the Sensor Tower and play defense into this later game. So I'm just going to camp it out, and he's maybe inviting Classic to kind of just throw units at him. 8 more gates from Classic. With all the bases that are coming up, he's definitely setting up to kind of throw units at Clem somewhat repeatedly here, so we're definitely kind of heading in that direction. Prism warps in into the group of Zealots. Units gather up, ghosts, ship weapons, +2, +1 on the way. Bio army going to spread out, the Colossus stepping through, refinery going down. Nice force field going to trap a few marauders in the front. Clem. Force fields especially make it a bit difficult as there isn't anything else going on. This is the only fight right now. Sometimes that Protoss player has that kind of Zealot backstabber, so you got to deal with it at the same time, but not here. The Vikings going to have to back it up a second. Clem going to let the Zealots run into the choke point. Colossus still firing. Planetary Fortress going to turn and start firing as well. And Colossus count going down. Classic supply drops heavily, down to 57 army. Has money to rebuild, but not all the way to being maxed out again. So Clem may be able to shove a bit himself here. Classic warps in around his Zealots and still 20 army supply down. Sees the army there. There's a Colossus building as well, so we have got some tech on the way outside of just the gateway unit warp-ins. Command center is about to finish. SCVs transfer over for base setup across the board here. Group of Zealots, the High Templar warping at the moment. Running up, Widowmine's going to get some good splash initially. EMPs to help soften up the Zealots. Need to pull back, try and stop some of these forward Zealots having as much of a surround. The Colossus is going to go down. I think the Vikings are still healthy enough to probably chase in. There's only 2 Vikings left. Well, there's 4. I feel like the Colossus could have been shot at, but maybe it would have been risky because the Prism could have saved it, and then you just let your Vikings take another shot at damage and you don't get a kill. So maybe Clem's been a bit preemptive thinking of that expectation. Not getting too ahead of himself. +3, +2 coming about, +2 ship weapons coming up. Lib still settling. Prism. Ooh, gonna bring the high ground vision in. The Widow Mines could go off here, hit the Prism, doesn't get it though, and that could be a warp into the main. I think the Prism is probably just gonna die to the Vikings, although Clem pulls them back because he's got to deal with the attack on the front again. It's a Classic poking back in this direction. Classic has a lot more minerals available now. He does lose the Prism though, so he loses that warp in. Liberators are gonna get jumped on. Knock those down. However, it does mean that Clem, with units now able to come back down from the high ground, back to this low ground, and no Prism going to be here. We can actually make a pretty good dive on everything else that exists. These Colossus are going to get absolutely jumped on by the Bio Army. The Vikings going to make short work of it, and Clem is going to get the full cleanup pretty much. A massive round of Zealots show up. EMPs will soften them. And once those EMPs come down, Classic thinks twice about continuing. A couple of snipes trying to come through. Most of the Zealots get out of reach, stopping those Zealots from being in range of danger for much longer. Well, Nexus drops into place. Disruptor is still continuing through. Bring that Disruptor about. Again, +2 ship weapons, +3 attack upgrade, halfway done currently. Disruptor shields, +3 armor coming around. The Zealots are ready to charge in toward the Planetary Fortress. Tanks are going to shoot. A couple of these Zealots getting shot. The Sensor Tower gets denied. Bio going back the other way, jumping toward those Zealots, chasing them back for another few moments as well. Another sentry being picked off. Stalker and the Zealot going down also. A little bit more cleanup over here. A couple of robot facilities still coming through. That Nexus is still building into place. Three upgrades from Clem about to be done. At least the +3 attack is. The +3 armor is trailing a bit behind. I'm also seeing that +3 ship weapons though, so lots of upgrades. Classic, again, just a lot of cheap units going to come straight into this. The Disruptor forces a bit of a split. Only hits a couple of Marauders that survive through it. Vikings good enough to chase for the Colossus. Clem just needs to decide if he wants to attack into the Zealots or not. Right now, it seems good for him. 13 Zealots being warped in at a time, but again, if that's all we've got, is it really enough? Like I say, are Zealots good enough here to keep this going, especially if they get hit by these EMPs and they get softened up ahead of time? This could be really, really difficult. We have the Command Center going to float across over to the left-hand side. It's going to put itself down over there. Of course, Classic is able to maintain this because 100 probes and, what, 7, 8 bases on the map. Clem scans just to check exactly where Classic's at. He's not mining the left base. He also scanned the upper right to double check over there, as a few zealots did get out of that prism. Disruptor shot is good, and that softens up Clem's army ahead of this next wave. Clem has to be healthy because you got to keep pushing these waves back time after time. You can't afford to be eating a big disruptor shot before these fights. This one time is going to be alright, but multiple times over, it's going to get rough. Can we actually grab this disruptor? It looks like yes. We'll EMP it just to make sure. Again, we chase this away. Clem looking to establish base 5 on this left side. Would it be worth him knocking the manning these minerals out? I wonder. It obviously gives easier access and pathways for the Protoss, but it also gives him easier rotation between his bases. I guess he probably doesn't feel the need to, because once this left side base gets up, his main base should be a lot safer, so there should be a lot less pulling back in that direction. Classic finds a fight under Clem's army with a bit of open space here. Turns the disruptor to the right-hand side. The Zealots do back away. Clem up 30 army supply throughout this. A lot of that is in Vikings, which aren't doing much. The move to Liberators is going to be big for him. Classic is not exactly set to deal with libs outside of just using the Stalkers. And there are a few more libs showing up. Definitely going to make this a whole lot more difficult right now. +3 ship weapons, +3 armor coming in. Additional Zealots are going to build. The Stalkers blink through. One Liberator goes down. The second just surviving. The other libs setting up. We get a Disruptor as we go there. Storm's coming in again. Liberator still sieging. A couple more of these Zealots coming around. And the Bioforce is still going to chase across. Planetary Fortress looking good to keep this going. Zealots in the main base are going to come in and fight. A couple of these depots are going to take some more damage. He's going to see the Bio still pushing through. Loses the Planetary, so Clem losing one of the positions he's going to be trying to hold on. Again, the attack in the main is annoying because you've got to pull right the way back in. I don't think losing the structures is actually too big of a deal. The Liberator, the Ghost Academy may be a bit more frustrating if you actually lost it, which he doesn't. But losing an armory, an engineering bay, he's kind of done with those upgrades unless he was going to start building vehicle plating. Planetary holds out. The Zealots get turned around again. A couple libs, the Marauders all continue to come on through. Medevac SCVs and the Sensor Towers coming up. Refinery still building into place here. Good Sensor Tower coverage right now. Obviously, Clem needs to know where Classic's attacking from, so he's in position, so he doesn't take a bad fight, essentially. Obviously, his army supply is good, but that requires him on being, split up correctly and in the right position. So again, that's what the Sensor Towers aid with. Especially now you're playing with a lot of the Liberators and kind of pre-sieging these armies. You don't want to be caught unsieged or having to relocate the libs at the start of a fight, because that's going to take a while. That's probably not going to end well for you. Lib's going to shoot. Bio army going to be there. Stalker's going to get after a couple of Vikings and so on. Disruptor shots firing through. The Liberator still sieging. A couple of those out, still getting knocked down. Another Disruptor shot towards the Marauders. Going to get a grab. Another Liberator shot or two coming in. We deny a Disruptor. Planetary Fortress, I think, can be saved here. Classic loses a lot of supply. He goes all the way down to 40 army supply now. He has 5,600 minerals. 1,600 of which just get baited into the main base as Zealots come through once again. Clem again going to have to pull a lot back to deal with this. Prism getting into the back of this main. I'm not sure where it actually flew through from, but I feel like Clem's pretty well covered. He's going to kill it off. And if nothing else, I don't think Clem's too upset. More than anything, this buys you time as Classic, and Clem doesn't probably mind that too much. Oh, both Disruptors land! Oh, this would have been really good for Clem if both Disruptors hadn't landed. If just one Disruptor lands even, right? So much less of this bio goes down, then probably every single Stalker dies. And obviously Clem loses less in the process too. I think Clem is still grinding this out in his favor. The only issue I have is maybe the fact that Classic still has both left and right side bases mining. It's a 12k resource loss difference right now, maybe close to 11 or 11.5 now after this bit of a fight's happened. And Classic's not exactly set to start trading much better, but I love the 3 Colossus. There's going to be a switch where Clem is not on a lot of Vikings anymore. Maybe the Colossus can give you a bit of a better fight or two and just give a little bit more value back in your favor. Disruptors, it's hard to see what actually really got landed on there. Liberator siege is obviously massive to help push the majority of this army away. Now the Disruptors on cooldown. Clem looking to capitalize, and those Disruptors are disappearing. 55 to 124 army supply. Clem is going to find this base and finally stop at least one of these locations mining, but that's also just a lot of probes, which means that Classic is going to lose a lot of those workers he's had in his favor. And if he actually has to stop and rebuild workers, then that is also a pretty hefty investment. It's not like Classic has tons and tons of money banked up. 30 workers just died here, so Pretty serious amount as Clem. Woohoo! Dives that Disruptor. This time it's a good decision. He sees the Colossus. And again, would like to have an EMP on those just so they're softened up for the Vikings to get a couple shots off and just to make it easier picks. Obviously, the Libs are going to do a lot as well. He's got Classic in retreat mode, actually. He's going to try and dive onto this. Not a lot of Zealots, no Disruptors to kind of force you back during the fight either, so he's able to chase through. He gets a Colossus. Clem, again, feeling out the fact that he's got some advantages and some opportunities at points of this game and trying to do the most of them. So Stalker Colossus coming back around. We will have the Prism setting up. Another Colossus on the way through. Liberators will be sieging. Big push around the left side. In the top right, Clem is going to make a play onto that Nexus. This base is going to go down already. So that is going to be Classic. Not a lot of mine from there. I mean, I think that one was kind of more of a given anyway. Classic has the largest army he's had in a long time because he actually has lost workers. Now he actually has more army supply available at one point in time compared to before. Disruptors are landing here. Massive Disruptor shots going to help Classic a lot at the start of this engagement. A few more Viking shots coming through. The Prison gets pushed away. Oh, push on the right side. The EMPs came down too late to stop the recall. He doesn't kill the Nexus before the recall. That means these units are going to be in trouble. We cloak the Ghosts, hoping there's no detection here, which... Was that the case? Yeah, the Ghosts are getting away. So we lose the Bio, keep the Ghosts alive. Classic actually losing bases and is genuinely in a bit of an eco kind of troublesome position right now. Like, he's going to be running out of minerals if he can't keep some of these bases back online. He has bases to mine from still, I guess. Does Clem need another base sometime soon is maybe a good question as well. Eventually, yes, he will need another base. Right now, maybe not just yet, but it's got to be on his mind where he might expand to next. This left side base, if he keeps playing the left, top right is obviously further away, but then you're drawing yourself to the left and right of the map at the same time. That's the issue. As you take another base, it opens up opportunities for Classic to attack. It opens positions for him to, engage in, basically. Liberators will siege. The Bio Ghost sets up. The Observer chilling overhead to keep an eye on things. So let's see one more scan. Just checking on that army. Clem making sure he knows what he's up against. Now that this is a much more kind of straight up and fair fight in terms of the numbers, he needs to be just very aware of what he's engaging into. Gets those Libs siege, stays out of the Disruptor range here. He saw a good EMP and again a few Viking shots already kind of layering onto the Colossus, so starting to soften this force up. First results running around that corner did not exactly have a great time either. Love that Lib position, just a bit further back. Protects a lot of the ramp, but just doesn't let the Libs get too exposed while sieging. Can't get blinked on too easily from there. Disruptors will zone the Bio back, but there's no play onto the Liberators. As we just kind of dance back and forth. Clem going to set the Libs up again, get the Prism. Now may feel confident because the Disruptors are just trailing. So you feel as though you might be able to get close. Couple snipes come down. I don't mind using a bit of Ghost Energy to soften up some of these numbers. Remember, Classic is not mining like he once was. So him being on, less workers, actually sniping down Zealots, they're not as replaceable. Like, he doesn't have the bank to warp in 13 Zealots like we've seen previously, or even 16, right? Like, he does right now, but it's taken some time to set that back up, so he can't be doing it anywhere near as consistently as he was before. Resources lost has grown to a 20k difference, and if Clem sets up this base, that would be massive for him. EMPs on these Archons will melt them. Now come the Disruptors. The Liberators are sieged up. How is this going to go? I think in favor of Clem, because the Liberators are doing mega damage. The Disruptors are going to be in trouble afterwards. The EMPs were fantastic, and now there's no splash. The Colossus also just melted. Everything melted, quite frankly, as Clem had the Giga army, realistically. All the EMPs, Vikings and Liberators in good numbers, Medevac count healthy, Bio count still strong, and Clem wins this fight, and all of a sudden Classic having to turn away. Clem looking to retie max packs for the most amount of Monday Cups won in WardiTV Monday history, and looking to deny Classic his 10th win of a Monday Cup today. As 60 supply lead, it does feel like Clem's controlled this game very well for a while, but it still always felt like Classic has a chance, right? Now it feels like Classic is in trouble because Clem's got another base online, and I think this really is the kind of the crossover point where it's just like there's not really a chance, and Classic kind of plays like it, diving in. He's just going to say, I got to do something here. The Stalkers are dying, the Zealots are disappearing, and Clem is winning Mondays 88 here in WardiTV as he takes it with a 3-2 victory. An awesome series wrapped up in an awesome final game. Going the distance, and this game itself just going the distance too. Absolutely incredible stuff from Clem as he wraps up 3-2. Great series from Classic as well. Can't take away from him. He also played a very solid best of 5. He played some great moments. He had some great fights. But today Clem was just a tad bit better and nips this one in for his, like I say, 24th victory over 38 finals in the Mondays. GG's. Guys, just before you all dip off, I will be running some ads when we wrap up here. They do support the channel, so stick around a couple minutes. Supports the channel for free. Super easy. Again, one more mention to the WardiTV Patreon page as well. In fact, a couple of things we can mention. We've also got the WardiTV merch. If you exclamation mark merch in the chat, you can check out the new WardiTV merch if you're fancying grabbing yourself. Well, maybe not a hoodie in this weather, but a new t-shirt. We've got the new WardiTV merch line available, or a mug. So you guys can check this out. Best part of this is you can get yourself some product, and you can also support the tournaments at the same time. 100% of anything we make off of this, which is not a lot, it's priced very reasonably. But anything else that we do make is essentially a donation into the StarCraft 2 prize pools. So you guys can check that out with exclamation mark merch. Obviously, there's also the WardiTV Patreon page. Let's just type that in as well. Why not? So you can check us out too. And you can see, well, this is not actually the WardiTV. This is my view of it, but yeah, we're at about $1,900 a month on the Patreon, so let's keep that pushing up towards 2,000. That really allows us to create the foundation of these events. Do check that out as well. Patreon.com/WardiTV. And of course, if you're on the YouTube, like and subscribe. We're trying to push the 50,000 subscriber mark on the YouTube, or head on over there from the Twitch. I'll drop the link in the chat. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. We had 2,000 viewers at the end of this series, so super appreciate you all hanging out and watching and enjoying some games with us. I am back tomorrow for the Kung Fu Cup. So Kung Fu Cup action tomorrow. And then on Wednesday, I'll be taking the day off. I got to do some IRL stuff. And then on Thursday, it'll be Spring Championship. Friday will be Maestros of the Game, I believe. Off Saturday, or games on Sunday. Does that sound good to you guys? It sounds good to you guys, doesn't it? I think everyone's happy. Cool. Appreciate you all. You guys have a great rest of your day. Like I say, a set of ads on the outro, and we'll host some up on Twitch when the ads are done. Excuse me, my voice is falling off in the hot weather towards the end of this. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow for Kung Fu Cup action. Appreciate you all. Have a great one. Thanks for watching. Support if you can. It helps keep the StarCraft going. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hit those. Did I say Prime subs today? I feel like we haven't said Prime subs today. If you got a Prime sub, Prime sub. If that isn't convinced, I don't know what is. If I don't have to unmute myself to say thank you for a Prime sub at the end of this, I'm going to claim it as a disaster. Okay? Farewell, friends. Have a good one. Bye. Really? No one's going to make me say thanks to the Prime. Unbelievable. GG's, guys. You guys have a good day. Thank you so much. Appreciate you all.